All right, hello in Osceola, are you able to hear us all right?
I can, Judge.
Very good. That's how much confidence I have in a WebEx at times. All right, so for the record, I'll have the prosecutor who's present here put her name on the record, and then counsel for this public defender's office will state her name on the record afterwards.
Trustee Tyner for the state of Florida.
Christina Smith for the public defender.
All right, when I call your case down there in Osceola, come on up to the podium and we'll address your case. If you're here in the audience on a domestic case related, when you hear the name, just come on up to the witness box and we'll be able to hear from you also. Stephanie Amos.
She is present and approaching.
Thank you. In this case here, she's charged with possession of cocaine and possession of alprazolam, and there is probable cause to believe the offense has occurred. Do you need the services of the public defender's office?
Yes.
All right, so I'll appoint the office of the public defender's office. And it says she doesn't qualify for PTR because of other legal restraint, but I didn't know what that is.
Judge, Officer O'Kendall, pretrial release. The defendant is also arrested for a violation of pretrial release.
All right, the bond in this case will be $2,500 on count one and $2,500 on count two. Keep in contact with your attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you.
The next case is Elisier Bentoncourt Tirado.
He does speak Spanish, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to call all the Spanish people.
Yeah, we'll do all the Spanish
until later.
cases together. Yeah, so sorry he's coming up. Does he speak enough English to let him know that we're going to come back to all the interpreters momentarily?
I've got it, Your Honor.
Okay.
So that one is going to be
Okay. Chadwick Cummings.
He's present and approaching, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. It does say he does qualify for direct PTR. The allegations are assault and resisting without violence. There's no probable cause for the offenses. And he's not allowed to have any contact with the listed victim and not allowed to return to the location of the offense. Sir, can you afford a lawyer or do you need me to appoint the public defender?
You can appoint a public defender. Just appoint a public defender,
I'll
right?
be appointed to represent you on the case. All right.
See if you can do that.
No, he qualifies, he qualifies for direct PTR, so PTR. All right, you won't have to post a bond, but once you get out of jail, if you violate the conditions of release, you'll be right back in jail, okay?
All right. Okay. I'm trying to see. I don't see.
You can't, I have no idea where the camera is pointing at me.
Yeah.
All right. The next individual is, Reynaldo Rojos. Is that a Spanish interpreter case? It was listed as originally John Doe, and then it's very, looks like.
It is Spanish. It is.
All right. How about Sergio Gomez?
Spanish.
All right, we'll come back to that one. Douglas Green?
Your Honor, if we could reset, he's in detox.
Okay. The paperwork will say reset for tomorrow. There is probable cause for the offenses, and we'll leave the bond for what they are now, and they can be addressed tomorrow. Although it does say there's an active warrant. I don't know if they've served the active warrant on the person or not.
Judge, that active warrant is from another state. There's no extradition of that.
Okay, got it. Okay. So Douglas Green will be seen tomorrow.
for both cases?
For both cases, right? PC for both, reset,
Okay, PC for both.
and stay the bond. Angela, last name Guanti.
She is present and approaching, Your Honor.
All right, it's allegation of violation of probation where the bond is no bond. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the attorneys at the public defender's office to represent you?
Public defender.
All right, they'll be appointed to represent you on the case. They would have to go in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to get you a bond. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Oh, the clerk just told me to call the case. Hold on.
623 and 632.
Oh, 2 cases of violation. All right, yes. James Hill Alston. Sir, Where it's alleged that he committed a petty theft, they're at a Walmart, there is probable cause to believe the offense occurred. You do qualify for direct PTR pursuant to the admin order. You'll be released PTR, not allowed to return back to that Walmart. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you need me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
Public defender, please.
All right, the attorneys at the public defender's office will be appointed to represent you. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeremy Jackson.
He is present and approaching, Your Honor.
All right, the allegations are aggravated battery.
He's a victim. He has a victim.
In this case, as the victim here, there is probable cause for the offense. Hi, it's going to be a little bit awkward because I might be looking at the camera, but I'm also really just talking to the person who's in the witness box. So I'll do my best to make sure the wrong person is not answering my question. To the person that's in the witness box at the Orange County Jail, you swear the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this gets a little bit complicated. I'm asking to be clear, I'll make sure that it's very obvious who I'm asking the question to. And at this point in time, Mr. Jackson, I'm asking the questions of the person in the witness box here next to me. So I don't want you might think I'm asking you the question because you don't see me, but I'm really asking someone else questions. So just go ahead and listen for now. And if I get to the point where I'm going to ask you questions, I'll be clear to say, Jeremy Jackson, question. Make sense?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, so for now, just listen. How about that? All right, back to the witness here. I placed you under oath. You answered yes. Can you tell me your complete name, please?
Jeanette Rivera.
And your relationship to Jeremy Jackson?
I'm his mother.
Mother, okay. And you're here to find out what's happening on the case, right?
Yes, my son has mental health
Okay.
issues and
So the reason why I wanted to find out what your relationship to the case is sometimes people come to court and they're just observing to find out what happens, or like you might be providing some information. Other times, people are the listed victim of the case, and if it's the listed victim, then I ask questions about contact, because the presumption is that I should order no contact with the victim for the victim's protection. But since you're not the listed victim, I'm not going to ask you any questions about no contact. But obviously, I want you to be able to hear everything that's going on a case that you're concerned about because you're related family-wise. Make sense?
yes.
Okay. So now I'm turning my attention back to Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, the allegations, aggravated battery, there's probable cause. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the services of the public defender's office to represent you?
Do I gotta go to court after this?
Yeah, there'll be future court dates if the state attorney's office files charges. We have no idea whether they will or won't. That's something they decide on their own. So at this point in time, you can just assume that there will be future court dates. Do you want me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
Nah. Do I get with the PTR? Can I get released today on bond?
Okay, so you don't qualify for direct PTR, but I'm gonna ask the pretrial services, does he qualify for mental health pretrial release?
Judge, he could get PTR with mental health conditions if qualified. That will be the best option we have for him.
Right, but even under that scenario, you've checked off the box of, I need to at least assign a bond first. Is that the way you're looking at it?
Correct, Judge. He still requires a bond, even with the mental health conditions.
Okay, so I'll set the bond at $100 with PTR with mental health conditions.
So
No contact with the listed victim. So $100
$100
plus
for a mental
PTR. Oh, yeah, $100 plus PTR with mental health conditions.
So, do you guys want the $100 box marked with the mental health pretrial release box marked if qualifies?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Do I get released today?
It looks like Mom, do you plan on posting the $100 bond?
Yeah, I can, does it have to be cash? Can I use debit for the bond?
Well, you have to talk to the jail about that in Osceola. I think they require a money order, but things might be, let's see if the public defender representative knows the answer.
Sorry, Judge, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, as far as posting bond at the Osceola County Jail, is it money order or cash, or can someone use a debit card is the mom's question?
Money order, will be good, Judge.
All right, well, at least Amscot money orders are free.
Okay.
Okay, so if you post $100 today, he'll be released today, and then he'll have the mental health pretrial release conditions instead of the $3,500 bond, but no contact with the listed victim at all. Does that make sense? Okay. Mr. Jackson, keep in contact with your lawyer, all right?
So you'll,
Yeah.
you'll pay the PD.
All right, thank you.
So I go to Osceola, pay it now?
Yeah, you can go. Thank you, Mom.
She will have to give us at least 2 hours, so, update the files.
Okay, well, it's gonna take a little time, but obviously you're here in Orange County. It's gonna take you probably 45 minutes to make it over to that jail anyway. But they're saying it's about 2 hours. Okay, thank you, Mom. All right, going on. That's all your case, Mr. Jackson? Keep in contact with your lawyer. No contact with the victim. Tyler Johnson is the next case.
President approaching.
All right, there's allegation of petty theft. There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred. No return to Walmart, and your bond is $500. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the public defenders to represent you?
A public defender.
All right, they'll be appointed to represent you. Thank you, sir. Jimmy Lamela.
It'll be just one moment, Your Honor.
Hi there, are you Jimmy Lamela?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're wanted out of another jurisdiction. The other jurisdiction, which is Polk County, is gonna be told to come and pick you up. The bond is no bond. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office just for the purpose of making sure they actually really move you out of our jail, out of the Osceola County Jail. But once you get to Polk County, if you need a public defender, you'll have to ask the judge over there, okay?
Okay.
It usually takes just a couple days to get people moved over there, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Greg Nieves Salgado.
Spanish, Your Honor.
All right, we'll come back to that case. Dustin, last name Paras. All right, sir, the allegation is possession of amphetamine and resisting without violence. You do qualify for pretrial release. You'll be released pretrial release with the conditions subject to weekly tests to make sure you're not possessing or consuming any drugs that are not lawfully prescribed to you. Any test or any positive test or refusal to take a test will be a violation of your pretrial release conditions. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So Judge, just to clarify, weekly testing is for drugs only, illegal drugs?
As opposed to alcohol, you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
So just drugs.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, have a good day, sir. Keep in contact with your lawyer. Christian Rosa.
Case President approaching.
All right, the allegation here today is that you drove while your license was canceled, suspended, or revoked, that you knew the status of your license and that you've actually had this before. There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred. Do you need me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, sir.
All right, they'll be appointed to represent you. There's a note here about you being out on probation. I'm not asking you this question, I'm asking pretrial services. Are you all aware of a pending VOP, or is there just a note that there's, that he's on probation?
It's a note, Judge. We didn't see any warrants in the system yet, but he's classified as being an absconder fugitive. And this is an Orange County case.
So it may or may not be open still, but you don't know of any active warrant.
We do not see any active warrants yet, Judge. And he hasn't been served with any.
State, are you able to up?
I can try to pull up the Orange County case. I just don't get the same information. So can I have that case number?
Yes, 22 CF 2693.
3?
I don't complain about other people's handwriting because mine's not that good, but I think
Okay.
it's just very faint also. looks like 22 CF 2693.
He had a violation of probation status hearing on February 20th. And these charges have since been disposed, but hold on, let me see if he's still on probation. Yes, he's still on probation for this case, from what I can tell. He was sentenced to 12 months supervised probation on November 9th of 2022, so it appears to still be active.
So in this case here, your bond is $500. Don't drive without a valid driver's license, but it's possible they might violate you before you get out. It's not for me to violate your probation on this case, but you have a bond and you have a lawyer on this case here.
No action.
Right. Brandon Sloan.
Case President approaching.
All right, Mr. Sloan has two cases here. He has a driving while license suspended with priors, with knowledge of that. That's the allegation, and then he has a case of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. And it looks like there's a note here that he's on probation, but is there a pretrial services, is there a pending violation of probation?
Judge, no, there is no pending violation of probation. These are new charges that he's arrested for today. He's also out of bond on 3 Osceola County cases.
Okay. So those are the 3531, 3532, and 3548?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. So on the new case here, the bond is, $2,500 on the possession of cocaine, $500 on the possession of paraphernalia. Then on the driving while license suspended, it's $2,500. And on the three cases that I mentioned, the 3531, 3532, and the 3538, those three cases, you're gonna have to go in front of your Osceola County judge to have them give you new bond conditions, because those cases, your bond is revoked until you see a judge. You're entitled to a bond, but you have to see a judge first in order to address the conditions of release again. I don't expect you to be happy, but I need to make sure you at least understand, and we'll appoint the public defender's office on those three cases if they haven't already been appointed. So, Mr. Sloan, I've said a lot. I need to make sure you at least understand, even if you disagree with what I said. Understand?
Yes, sir. That's fine.
I mean, if you don't, I can.
No going nowhere anyhow.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you, sir.
Judge,
I
you
just need a
take
public
action on
defender.
the probation case?
Yeah, hold on.
I just need a public defender.
Yeah, appointed the public defender for you on the two new, plus the three that are outstanding, and I'm taking no action on any allegation of VOP at this point.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right. Then, next case is Kayla Sutton.
President approaching.
Thank you. There's probable cause to believe that she committed the theft from Walmart in an amount of over $100. She qualifies pursuant to the paperwork here for admin PTR. She'll be given admin PTR, ordered not to return to Walmart. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need the services of the public defender?
A public
Okay,
defender.
they'll be appointed to represent you. Keep in contact with them, okay? Thank you. Anderson Taveras Flor.
That's Spanish, Your Honor.
I'll come back to that case. Catherine Vega Afont.
President approaching.
All right, the allegations are battery, criminal mischief, and hindering communication to law enforcement. Pursuant to the paperwork provided by pretrial release, you qualify for PTR pursuant to the admin order, but you'll be ordered to have no contact with the listed victim. You understand?
Yes, sir.
That was straight pretrial release?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sorry.
That's right. The sound in here is not the best. All right, Robert Baldwin. All
It'll be just one moment.
right, thank you. Hi there, you Robert Baldwin?
How you doing, y'all?
I'm doing all right today so far. So you have a couple cases today, out-of-county warrants. Let's see, the first one, Polk County, where the bond is 2,000 and 1,000. The second case, Polk County, where the bond is 1,000. The third case, Polk County, bond is 1,000. And the last case, Polk County, the bond is 2,000. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to make sure you don't spend too much time in our jail before they transport you to Polk County. If you post the bond, you'll be released from our jail and you'll have court dates in Polk County. If you don't post the bond, they'll transport you there by the middle of the week. You understand?
Yes, sir, but how much in total?
6.
6,000? So that's $600?
It looks like 7,000 if so 2,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000, so we're at 4. And another one is 5, and then the last one is 7. Well, it's 7,000, but sometimes sureties will let you post 10%, but that's between you and the surety. Or surety is just the gender-neutral way of saying bondsman.
Oh, I'm gonna bud out.
You can bond out, no one's stopping you. All right, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna bud out.
Let's see, Tualia Braddock,
Case President approaching, Your Honor.
Raul Braddock Toya. All right, when I saw you yesterday, let me make sure this is. Oh, this was the reset to see if we can actually get the affidavit for arrest warrant. And I said, if we didn't get the affidavit, we roll you to Monday. If I got the affidavit, one of two things would happen. I'd either change it or keep the bond exactly the same. I've had an opportunity to review it, and it looks like it's appropriate at this point in time to keep the bond where it is. If you try to post the bond, you cannot afford to post the bond. You can go in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to ask the judge to reduce the bond, because bonds can't be set so high to be the equivalent of no bond. But you have to first at least try before you're able to say, I can't post it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, good luck, sir. The public defender's office will represent you. Darius Johnson. I should have called you first instead of the other, because I don't want to say just the same as what I just said to the last person like I did yesterday, but it kind of is the same as the last person. I've had an opportunity to review the affidavit for arrest warrant. I have two choices. I could change the bond or leave them. What I've read in the arrest warrant, I'm going to keep the bond the same, but you can always go, just like I told the last gentleman, in front of the judge assigned to the case and ask that judge to consider reducing the bond. If after you've tried, if you can't afford to post it, then have it reduced, because bonds can't be set to such a condition that you can't afford, so that it can't be set so that's the equivalent of no bond. But you got to try first before anyone knows whether you can't do it. All right, keep in contact with your lawyer appointed the PD yesterday.
Thank you.
Yep. Next case, Elias, last name Pleitez.
Oh, this is Spanish, Your Honor.
All right, so it looks like we're left with just Spanish and the Portuguese. So we'll call the Spanish interpreter and start going through the interpreter cases. All right, so I do the ad and press the ad.
Yeah, you add a.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, certified Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has not been sworn.
Do you swear to well and truly translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do. Laura Bretaña, state certified Spanish interpreter.
First case, last name Bentoncourt-Tirado.
Case President approaching.
All right, your name, please?
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre completo?
Eliezer Betancourt Tirado.
Eliezer Betancourt Tirado.
You were arrested for the offense of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and aggravated battery. You were arrested on a warrant.
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto, tenía una orden de arresto por agresión física agravada y agresión física con arma mortífera.
I don't have the affidavit for arrest warrant. Maybe the prosecutor does. She's shaking her head.
No tengo el affidavit de la orden de arresto. Quizás la fiscal la tiene y ha dicho que no.
All right. You're entitled to bond unless there are no reasonable conditions of release that exist to ensure your presence to court and protect the community.
Señor, usted tiene derecho a que se le conceda una fianza, a menos que no exista la manera de garantizar la seguridad de la comunidad estando usted en libertad.
The warrant that exists is established probable cause to believe an offense occurred.
La orden de arresto que existe allí estableció que existían los indicios de criminalidad para el mismo.
You'll be seen by a judge in Osceola tomorrow, and they will have the warrant since the court case will be heard in the Osceola County Courthouse.
Mañana en el tribunal de Osceola le atenderán y el juez que le atienda tendrá el documento de la orden de arresto.
And they'll address your conditions of release tomorrow.
Y mañana se atenderán las condiciones de su puesta en libertad.
Do you need me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you on the case?
Señor, ¿usted necesita que le designe el abogado de oficio para que les represente?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, the public defender's office will be appointed.
Muy bien, entonces se ha designado a la oficina del abogado de oficio.
And then the clerk will note the affidavit for arrest warrant for tomorrow.
La señora secretaria de sala hará la anotación de que se necesita el documento de la orden de arresto para la audiencia de mañana.
All right, thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Okay, thank you.
The next case is Reynaldo Rosas Vargas.
Is that the John Doe? Okay.
Yes.
Still says John Doe for me. What's his name?
Reynaldo Rosas Vargas. Sir, is that your name?
Reinaldo Rosas Vargas. Reinaldo Rosas Vargas.
The allegation is that you drove without a valid driver's license. There is probable cause to believe the offense occurred. You need me to appoint a public defender to represent you, a lawyer at the public defender's office.
Señora, usted se le acusa de conducir sin licencia válida. Existen indicios de criminalidad para determinar que el ilícito ocurrió. Señor, ¿usted necesita que le designe un abogado de oficio para que le represente?
Sí, está bien.
Yes, it's fine.
All right, they will be appointed to represent you, and the bond is $500.
Muy bien, se ha designado el abogado de oficio para que les represente. La fianza es de $500.
And you're ordered not to possess or consume any alcohol while the case is pending.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia y consumo de alcohol mientras el caso esté pendiente.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Sergio Gomez. Hi there, are you Sergio Gomez?
Buenos días, señores. ¿Usted es Sergio Gómez?
Sí.
Yes.
The allegation is that you committed a battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law.
Señor, usted se le acusa de agresión física en contra de una persona que comparte el hogar con usted.
There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred.
Existen indicios de criminalidad para pensar que el ilícito ocurrió.
I have to order the following when I don't hear from the victim.
Si no escucho de la víctima, tengo que ordenar lo siguiente.
You'll be ordered to have no contact with the listed victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
You have to maintain a separate residence from the victim.
Se le prohíbe la convivencia con la víctima.
You're not allowed to go to the victim's residence.
Se le prohíbe presentarse a la residencia de la víctima.
The only exception is you can go one time with law enforcement, but that requires you to call law enforcement first to arrange to accompany you to the property. You don't just go directly to the property.
La única excepción es que se le permitirá regresar en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades, pero para ello tiene que llamar primero a la policía y coordinar la visita con ellos. No se puede presentar allí sin más.
So they say return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Así que entonces se le permitirá regresar en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
And don't possess any weapons or firearms.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Your bond is going to be $500 plus those conditions.
La fianza es de $500 más las condiciones antes mencionadas.
Your attorney at the public defender's office can contact the listed victim, and if the victim wants to have contact, they can arrange a court proceeding, and then after the court proceeding, it might be allowed to be victim contact, but only a court can change the condition.
Su abogado podrá comunicarse con la víctima y si la víctima desea tener contacto con usted, su abogado podrá solicitar una audiencia en la cual se podrían cambiar las condiciones de la fianza, pero esto solamente sucederá a través de una orden del juzgado.
Do you understand all of that?
¿Esto lo ha entendido, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Keep in contact with your attorney.
Gracias, señor. Por favor, manténgase en comunicación con su abogado.
Thank you. The next case is Greg Nieves Salgado. All right, are you Mr. Nieves Salgado?
Señor, ¿es acaso usted el señor Nieves Salgado? Yes.
You're here for warrants out of Volusia County that total $20,000. If you cannot afford to post the $20,000, Volusia County will come and pick you up in the next couple of days. I will appoint the public defender's office here locally just to make sure you make it out of the Osceola County Jail in the next couple of days. Does that make sense?
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto porque tiene varias órdenes de arresto del condado de Volusia. La fianza es de $20,000. Si usted no puede prestar la fianza de los $20,000 del condado de Volusia, le vendrán a recoger en algunos días. Se ha designado el abogado de oficio para que les represente y esto es para asegurarse de que le vienen a recoger en algunos días del condado de Volusia. ¿Lo ha entendido, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's all for your case today.
Gracias, señor. Eso sería todo por hoy.
The next case is Anderson Tavares Floor, but let that one gentleman in the wheelchair make it past you first. Hi there, you Anderson Tavares Floor?
Yes.
Buenos días, señor. ¿Es usted Anderson Tavares Flores?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Even if you speak 99% English, just go ahead and let the interpreter interpret everything just to make sure you don't miss anything.
Señor, por favor, aunque hable usted 99% de inglés, por favor, permita que el intérprete haga la interpretación para que no se le pase nada.
People who use an interpreter or not use an interpreter are treated exactly the same, so don't be afraid to let the interpreter interpret everything.
No se preocupe porque tenga intérprete, permita que ella haga la interpretación porque nosotros tratamos igual a las personas que usan el intérprete como a las personas que no lo usan.
All right, the allegation is you committed a battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law, and there is probable cause.
Señora, usted se le acusa de agresión física en contra de una persona que comparte el hogar con usted, así es que lo define la ley, y se determina que existen indicios de criminalidad.
I'm going to order the following conditions of release.
Se ordenan las siguientes condiciones para su puesta en libertad.
No contact with the listed victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
You're not allowed to return to where the victim resides except with law enforcement one time to collect your belongings.
Se le prohíbe regresar a la residencia de la víctima con la excepción de una ocasión en la que podrá ir acompañado de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
You have to maintain separate residence and possess no weapons or firearms.
Se le prohíbe la convivencia con la víctima y se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Your bond is $500 with those conditions.
La fianza es de $500 con esas condiciones ya mencionadas.
Don't violate your conditions or you'll be right back in jail.
Señor, no incumpla con estas condiciones o se encontrará de regreso en la cárcel.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
I believe the next one is the final Spanish interpreter case in Osceola, and then we have a Portuguese case. Elias, last name spelled Pleitez hyphen Raza. Good morning again. Yesterday, can you tell me the correct pronunciation of your name?
Señor, buenos días nuevamente. Por favor, dígame, ¿cómo se pronuncia su nombre de manera correcta?
Elías Peter.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask him to repeat. I couldn't hear him clearly. Repítalo, por favor, señor, al micrófono para que yo le pueda escuchar bien.
Elías Peter.
Elías Leiter.
Yeah.
Okay, so this case was rolled over from yesterday to today on the issue of probable cause because it wasn't clear that he had ever been warned before. So once the interpreter finishes interpreting, I'll ask the state if they got anything else.
Muy bien, este caso proviene del día de ayer. Ayer no teníamos claro la situación de los indicios de criminalidad porque no era seguro si se le había dado una advertencia o no. Así que entonces ahora le cedo la palabra a la licenciada.
And if you don't have anything else, if there's anything you can point to in the police report that indicates that he'd actually ever been told not to return there.
Si no tiene nada que añadir, por favor, señálenos si es que consta algo en el informe policial de donde surja que él se le había indicado que no podía regresar allí.
The state has no additional information, and the report is insufficient in regards to the prior trespass warning.
La fiscalía no tiene nada que añadir y el informe policial no es suficiente para poder determinar que a él se le había advertido anteriormente que no podía estar allí.
All right, so the result, sir, is you're going to be released, but that doesn't mean that the charges go away. The charges are currently still pending.
Señor, así que el resultado es que usted será puesto en libertad. Ahora bien, eso no quiere decir que la acusación ha desaparecido. Esta acusación aún queda pendiente.
And if you return back to the same location, they probably will rearrest you and next time get the paperwork correct.
Y si regresa al mismo lugar, es probable que le vuelvan a arrestar y en esta próxima ocasión ellos harán la documentación de la manera correcta.
Yeah, so you're going to be released ROR on this case.
Así que entonces, señor, usted será puesto en libertad bajo caución juratoria en este caso.
Okay. All right, can you, Madam Interpreter, can you ask if there's anyone else that needs a Spanish interpreter there? Okay, so I just gotta recall.
¿Alguien más necesita los servicios del intérprete al español?
That's everyone except for the Portuguese interpreter case.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you, Madam Interpreter. We'll call you back when we get to the Spanish cases for Orange County.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oops, I'm gonna do everything. All right, so we'll.
The Spanish round up already?
I can't tell. If I hit end call, it'll hang up for everyone. So better not touch that one.
I believe it will end on ours, but you can call back.
Till the conference, okay. Hi there, is there someone on the telephone line speaking Portuguese?
Yes, hi, Your Honor. The interpreter's name is Rosa. My ID number is 391057. I'll be your Portuguese interpreter today.
All right, thank you. We have two cases and we're going to do them back to back. You all, okay, so for a moment, I'm just going to talk to corrections. You have the next one ready to go after this case? Very good, okay. And to the interpreter, if we ever go too long, just if you start talking, we'll know that we need to stop talking. Fair enough?
All right, thank you. Sounds
right.
like a plan.
Thank you. There's a person at the counter, so I'm gonna ask her, and can you please tell us your name, please?
Olá, eu serei o seu intérprete português para hoje. A senhora pode, por favor, dizer o seu nome?
Laise dos Passos.
Liza dos Passos.
You're here today.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't hear whether or not the interpreter said if they were sworn or not.
Oh, good point. All right, I'll swear the interpreter in. Interpreter, do you swear to well and truly translate from English to Portuguese and Portuguese to English to the best of your ability?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Can you tell, it's gonna sound like I'm asking you the question, Madam Interpreter, but I'm really asking the inmate. Can you please tell us your name now that my interpreter's under oath?
A senhora pode, por favor, agora dizer o seu nome agora que o intérprete está sobre juramento?
Laise dos Passos.
Liza dos Passos.
All right, the allegation is that you committed a battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law.
A alegação aqui é que a senhora cometeu agressão contra algum membro familiar, como está indicado pela lei.
Now, with the interpreter, I'm going to ask to the audience, is there anyone in the audience who is here on this particular case?
Está alguém na audiência que está cá para este caso particular?
If so, please raise your hand.
Se sim, por favor, levanta a sua mão.
For the record, no one has raised their hand.
Para o registro, ninguém levantou a mão.
All right, whenever a victim is not present, oh, I see you raised your hand, but hold on one moment. Whenever the victim is not present, I have to order the following conditions.
Quando a vítima não está presente, preciso de ordenar as próximas condições.
And you can put your hand down if you're more comfortable, and we'll come back to you if you have any questions in a moment.
Pode baixar a mão se for mais confortável e nós voltamos daqui a um momento.
So I have to order no contact with the listed victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, and you're not allowed to return to where the victim resides.
Sorry, did you say that they were not allowed to possess any weapons or firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay. Então, não podem ter contato com a vítima que está aqui listada, não podem ter uma arma, nem nenhuma arma, ok? E também não podem voltar ao local do assalto.
It sounds like there's some microphone right next to a person who's coughing. I don't know if that's something that can be turned off at the jail.
I can mute it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I want to make sure that the interpreter got everything, so I'm going to repeat it. No contact with the victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, you can't return to where the victim resides, and you have to maintain separate residence from the victim.
All right, thank you. Então, não podem ter contacto com a vítima, nada de armas ou armas de assalto, ok? Não pode voltar para onde a vítima reside e não pode voltar para onde o assalto aconteceu. E não pode ter contacto com a vítima.
If by chance you have any possessions where the victim resides, you're allowed to return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings, but you have to contact law enforcement and meet them away from the property and then return together.
Por acaso, que a senhora tem alguma arma onde a vítima reside, pode ir lá uma vez com a polícia. É preciso entrar em contato com eles antes, encontrar com eles num outro local e depois irem para lá juntos.
I will also make it a condition that you don't possess or consume any alcohol.
Também vou fazer uma condição que a senhora não tenha na sua posse
And
álcool e que nem está a beber.
And your bond on the case is going to be $500.
A sua fiança, no caso, vai ser $500.
Now I'm going to ask a question to the prosecutor.
Agora vou fazer uma pergunta ao advogado.
Is case 21 CF 3300 currently in diversion, or is it not currently in diversion from your perspective?
21 CF 3300.
Right, Osceola Public.
It is pending pretrial diversion. The contract was sent to probation in August of 2022. Currently, it is set for trial, but I'm not sure if that's a holding date since I don't work in Osceola.
What was the case number again? I'm sorry.
21 CF 3300.
Okay, so if the interpreter can interpret the following, it appears you have a pending case. They offer that you are looking towards going to diversion, and I have no idea if it'll remain in diversion, but I'm not taking any action on that case today. You have a bond and conditions on your new case.
The interpreter is going to have to look up how to say diversion. I do not know what, and if you could explain it, the interpreter does not know what diversion is.
Oh, it's a program that if the person completes it, the charges were going to be dropped.
Ok, thank you. Então, parece que a senhora tem caso pendente que parece que vai para a diversão, ok? Eu não sei como é que isso vai ser e eu também não vou estar a tratar disso hoje. So if you could please continue saying you did not know where it was, if it was, you were not going to deal with it.
Did you say repeat that part?
Yeah, if you could please continue from where you were saying that you were not going to deal with that part today.
All right, yeah. So that was the end. Now I'm going to start something different, which is keep in contact with your lawyer on your new case. You have a bond, you can bond out.
Mantém contato com o seu advogado, a sua confiança, e pode utilizar a confiança para sair.
You understand?
A senhora entendeu?
Eu vou poder pagar a fiança e sair hoje, é isso?
So I can pay bail and leave today?
Correct.
Correto.
Eu tenho mais uma questão.
I have one more question.
Whenever you're ready.
Quando estiver pronta.
No caso, a vítima mora dentro da minha casa. Mesmo assim, eu não posso retornar? Qual o próximo passo para poder retornar?
So in this case, the victim lives in my house. So what is going to be the step for me to go back?
So I allowed you to return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings. Beyond that, you'll need to talk to your lawyer to figure out if there's some way that you'd be allowed to live there again while the case is pending. But as of right now, you're only allowed to go back one time.
Então, eu disse à senhora que pode voltar uma vez com a polícia para buscar os seus bens pessoais, ok? A partir daí, a senhora vai ter que falar com o advogado para ver o que é que vai ser necessário para fazer para a senhora morar lá enquanto o caso está pendente. Mas, por enquanto, a senhora só pode voltar uma vez.
Ok.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Obrigada, tenha bom dia.
All right, so interpreters stay on the line. I believe that was the last case in Osceola, correct? Oh, wait, the
I
clerk.
have a question. Did David Harlan bond?
He did.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done with Osceola, is that correct?
That is it. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you. All right, so interpreters stay on the line because we're moving on to another Portuguese case. We're now transitioning to the Orange County cases. I'll have the Assistant State Attorney put their name on the record, and then the present Assistant Public Defender.
Tracy Tyner for the state of Florida. Dominic Cunningham for the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, now we'll utilizing the interpreter. The case we're going to call now is Wendy da Silva Oliveira.
Do you want the interpreter to interpret that part, or is that a separate part?
I might as well.
All right, and you said Wendy de Oliveira Silva?
Da Silva Oliveira.
Oh, da Silva Oliveira, thank you. Agora, o próximo caso que vamos chamar é Wendy da Silva Oliveira.
All right, and for the record, the interpreter was placed under oath in the case before this one. You can just go ahead and assume, interpret everything until we tell you don't.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It's all right.
Então, sorry. Para o registro, o intérprete foi colocado sob juramento no caso anterior.
All right. The allegation here is battery on a family or household member as that phrase is defined by law.
A alegação aqui é agressão contra um membro familiar, como está dito aqui na lei.
Based upon the affidavit of indigency, I'm going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent the defendant.
Baseado aqui na declaração do acusado, eu vou apontar aqui o defensor público.
Right, there's a person in the witness box indicating related to the case.
Há uma pessoa aqui na caixa das testemunhas relacionado com o caso.
And even if you understand 99% English, make sure you let the interpreter interpret everything before you start to answer.
E apesar de, se você entender 99% inglês, deixa o intérprete interpretar tudo antes que você responda.
Do you swear the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Você jura que a informação que vai partilhar é verdadeiro e correto?
Juro.
I do.
Can you tell us your complete name, please?
Consegue dizer o seu completo nome, por favor?
Rafael Rodrigues dos Santos.
Rafael Rodrigues dos Santos.
You are the listed victim in this particular case where the allegations are battery on a family or household member and there is probable cause.
Você é a vítima listada aqui na alegação de agressão contra um membro da família ou membro domiciliar, aqui neste caso.
Sim, correto.
Yes, correct.
Sometimes when victims appear in court, they want the court to order that the defendant have no contact with the victim.
Às vezes, quando as vítimas aparecem no tribunal, eles querem que o tribunal ordene nenhum contacto com a vítima.
Sometimes victims come into court and they want me to allow the defendant to have contact with the listed victim.
Às vezes as vítimas vêm para o tribunal e querem que eu deixe haver contacto com a vítima listada.
Sometimes the listed victim want me to order that the defendant live in a different location, and sometimes the listed victim wants the victim to be able to reside, if they want to, with the listed victim.
E às vezes a vítima listada aparece aqui no tribunal e quer que o acusado mora num local diferente, e às vezes eles querem que eles podem residir com a vítima.
So my first question to you after hearing that is, are you in fear of Ms. De Silva Oliveira?
Então a minha primeira pergunta, depois de ter ouvido isso, o senhor está com medo da senhora Oliveira?
Não.
Are you asking me to order her to live somewhere else other than you?
O senhor está a me pedir para que ela tenha que morar em um outro sítio fora onde você mora?
Não.
Não.
Do you want me to allow her to have contact with you?
O senhor quer que eu autorize que ela tenha contato com você?
Sim.
Yes.
Now, obviously, I can't order her to have contact with you. It's possible that even if I allow it, she might choose not to. And even if I allow her to return, she might choose not to. I just want to make sure we're all clear about that.
Agora, obviamente, eu não posso obrigar a ela a ter contato com você. E eu também não consigo obrigá-la a voltar a morar lá com você. Eu só quero ter a certeza que entendem isso.
Ok, eu entendo.
Okay, I understand.
The attorneys still have an opportunity to ask you questions. The first attorney to have a chance after the interpreter catches up will be the prosecutor.
Então, os advogados ainda vão ter uma oportunidade para fazer perguntas depois disto. E o primeiro advogado a fazer perguntas vai ser o promotor.
The state has no questions.
Eu tenho uma pergunta.
I have a question.
Eu consigo pagar a fiança dela ainda hoje e ela poder sair?
could I pay her bail today and could she leave?
The short answer is yes, but we're going to talk about that more in a minute.
A pergunta curta é sim, mas vamos falar mais acerca disso daqui a um momento.
Ok.
The defense attorney has a chance to ask you some questions.
O advogado da defesa tem uma oportunidade para fazer algumas perguntas.
No questions, Your Honor.
I don't know if the interpreter heard that. The defense counsel said no questions.
Oh, sorry, no. Nenhuma pergunta.
So the conditions of release are going to be no hostile contact, which means no more contact with him than he allows you to have, but you can choose not to have contact with him. That's your choice still.
Então, as condições de liberdade vai ser nenhum contacto com ameaça, mas claramente que podem, isso é a sua escolha, a quantidade de contacto que tem.
And then don't possess any weapons or firearms.
Depois, não pode possuir nenhuma arma nem nenhuma pistola.
Your bond is going to be $250.
A sua fiança vai ser $250.
Ok.
And yes, you can post that today, sir.
E sim, podem pagar isso hoje.
Ok, thank you.
Right, and the person to your left is an attorney with the public defender's office. Her office will represent you on the case.
A pessoa para a sua esquerda é promotor, é procurador do gabinete dos procuradores do distrito e ela que vai representar o senhor no caso.
All right, do you understand everything?
O senhor entende tudo? Sorry, is there somebody speaking in the background?
All right, thank you to the interpreter. That's everything. Have a great day.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for using our services, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm gonna hang up this one, and I'm gonna hang up this one. And now, is that what we're doing now? Okay. So.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, certified Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
And for the record, you were sworn in when we did the Osceola cases. Hi there. Tell us your name, please.
Rosebel Bamaca González.
Rosebel Bamaca González.
All right, the allegations are that you committed an aggravated battery on a pregnant person and also battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law. And I'll ask the interpreter on the overhead, I don't know if anyone heard this in Spanish yet, if you're here on this case, you can come on up to the witness box there.
Si usted se encuentra aquí presente para este caso, por favor, acérquese al banquillo de los testigos.
All right, I see no one approaching the door. All right. In this case here, there is probable cause to believe the two offenses occurred. Because the victim's not here, I have to order some conditions by law, and that is no contact with the listed victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, you're not allowed to return to where the victim resides, you have to maintain a separate residence from the victim, and no return except for one time with law enforcement to collect belongings. The way that works is you contact the sheriff's office, tell them you're allowed to return one time. They'll meet you somewhere other than the house, and they'll accompany you to the house to make sure everything goes smoothly. It looks like you have no prior criminal history. Therefore, your bond will be set at $250 on count 2 and $500 on count 1, plus the conditions I just mentioned. Make sure you follow through. If Because if you violate your conditions of release, it'll cause you to be right back in jail, likely at no bond. You need me to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you? Lawyers?
No.
No.
All right, so I want to make sure you understand that every person who's charged with a crime such as you are, including a felony, are entitled to lawyers to be appointed to represent you in the event that you are not financially able to hire one. People who get the public defender's office at the end of the case, it's true that they ask for a fee. I will ask your attorney what that fee usually is. It the $100 fee?
It will be a little bit higher for this one because it's a felony. It could be anywhere, it'll probably be around 300.
300. So therefore, if you can't afford a lawyer, you can have the attorneys at the public defender's office appointed to represent you. And it's true, at the end of the case, they could assess a fee. The court would assess a fee if you're found guilty or enter a plea, and then you'd be able to have time to pay that off. If you go out and hire a private attorney for an offense like this, you're looking at least a couple $1,000s. You could choose to say you're going to hire your own lawyer, and you could choose eventually to just represent yourself if you want to, but it's punishable by prison. And if you can't afford a lawyer, we could appoint one to represent you. Does that all make sense?
Sí, estaría bien que contratara un abogado así de económico.
Well, yes, then it would be best if I hire an attorney like that.
Can you afford one, or do you need me to give you?
Quiero el abogado de oficio.
The public defender.
All right, they'll be appointed to represent you on that green sheet of paper in front of you that she already gave you is the information. All right, thank you, sir. All right, your name, please.
Edgar Laureano Varias Mendoza.
Edgar Laureano Varias Mendoza.
The allegations are that you committed an offense of no valid driver's license, driving under the influence and causing serious bodily injury to another, and leaving the scene of an accident without rendering aid. Give me just a moment to get, well, there is probable cause to believe the offense has occurred, but give me just a moment to get this other document that gives me more information about you personally.
Okay.
All right, so the bond on count one is gonna be $500. Bond on count two, $5,000. And the bond on count three, $2,500. Don't drive without a valid driver's license. Don't possess or consume any alcohol. Do you need me to appoint an attorney to represent you?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you on the case.
He's advised the defendant he has a hold for immigration.
I heard that sound, I don't know where that came from. Oh, there
He
you go.
advised the defendant he has a hold. He advised the defendant he has a hold for immigration.
All right, so it sounds like even if you post the bond, it's possible that they don't release you because of an immigration issue. I don't get involved in that today. I just need to advise you that you do have a bond that you can post on these charges. But keep in contact with your lawyer. They might be able to give you information about that. All right, thank you. Good morning. Can you tell us your name, please?
Johnny Trinidad. Johnny Trinidad.
Johnny Trinidad.
Sí.
Is it Johnny Trinidad or you Borela? What is your complete last names?
Trinidad y Redondo.
Trinidad Redondo.
Sí.
And your birthday?
1998, 29 de marzo.
March 29, 1998.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the paperwork that I have in front of you was the same, matches the person that I see. Now I got it. Thank you. All right, the allegations here is that you committed a battery. There is probable cause to believe the offense occurred. It says you don't qualify for pretrial release, so your bond will be $500 with the condition of don't contact the victim. Do you need me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
No le escuché bien, ¿cómo dice?
I couldn't hear you very well. What did you say?
You have a bond of $500 with the condition of no contact with the victim. Do you want me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
No, está bien.
No, it's fine.
So there's a note here, and I have no idea if it's true, and I can't really go into detail about it, other than the pretrial release thinks you might not be in the country legally, and if that's true and you're convicted of this charge, it could cause you to be deported. You sure you don't want me to appoint a lawyer to represent you on this criminal case?
No, sí está bien, entonces el abogado. No, sí está bien el abogado, entonces. Sí lo puedo poner.
Well then, yes, the attorney.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The green sheet.
Sí está bien.
Okay, yes, it's fine.
Your Honor, are you going to issue a return? It appears he lives in the victim's backyard.
I have no contact with the victim, which means it might cause you to have to live somewhere else unless you're able to avoid having contact with the victim. If you have some belongings there, all the paperwork will say you can return one time with law enforcement to collect the belongings. All right, good luck, sir. Was that the last Spanish interpreter case? All right. Oh, hold on a second. Madam Interpreter, can you just do an announcement to see if any of the witnesses need an interpreter?
¿Alguno de los testigos que se encuentra aquí presente necesita los servicios del intérprete al español?
Oh, I see no hands raised. So, all right, we'll call you if something changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No contact. No contact. And if necessary, you can use law enforcement to assist them. Because he might be able to go back there and never have any contact. But that's impossible to return one time. Because I don't want to say return one time only. All right, hi, if you step up to the podium to the best of your ability, are you all right standing, or do you need to lean against the wall? I don't want you to.
No, I just had a stroke on the left side. I just don't want to fall.
Okay, I don't want you to fall down. Is that
I have a stroke, my walker here.
all right, are you Rafael Valdez?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Valdez, the allegations are that you committed a battery, hold on, get my notes here. A battery on two people, Orchid Ramos and Luisa Valdez. There's someone here in the box. We're about to find out who that person is. So I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the information you're about to tell us is true and correct?
Yes.
You have to get a little bit closer to that microphone.
Okay, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit better, but I'm going to need you to speak a little bit louder today.
Okay,
Do you swear that what you're going to tell us is true and correct?
yes.
All right, tell us your name and your relationship to this gentleman.
Orchid Valdez Ramos, his daughter.
Okay. And you say
His daughter.
daughter, okay. For a second, I thought you said mother. My notes said daughter here, right?
No, because
Some
it was my
people look
mom
amazing.
too. It was me and my mom.
Got it. All right, that makes more sense. Says daughter and wife. All right. You're one of the listed victims, so you heard me explain to other people about the kind of questions that I'll be asking. Are you afraid of Mr. Valdez?
No, well, here's the issue. I think he needs to have a psychiatric hold because the problem is that he lives with my mom. There's nobody else to take care of him. He had a stroke a couple years ago, and apparently the bipolar disorder just went out of control, and he is not stable. And I think he needs to be seen by a psychiatrist, and it's not safe for my mom to be in the house with him, and he has nowhere else to go. And because if it's not he can't stay with me, and so I think he should be placed in a psychiatric ward. That I would like that.
I understand. People ask me lots of times for things that can happen, and they're not something that I necessarily can do. When someone is sentenced, sometimes people get sentenced places and required to do things because they're no longer presumed to be innocent. Sometimes people are not competent, and it rises to the level that they get sent to a state hospital, but there's many steps that have to happen before a court can order that to happen. And then separate and apart from criminal cases, sometimes people file motion like Baker Act requests and things of that, separate and apart from the criminal case. But as far as this criminal case goes, as far as you're concerned, do you want your father to be ordered to have no contact with you?
Yes.
And because your mom is not here, then it's a default, I'm required to order no contact with your mom.
He has nowhere else to go. He has nowhere else to go. And he's mentally unstable. So, I mean, I don't, and if he goes home with my mom, I'm afraid for my mom.
I understand.
So,
But I'm just telling you, without her here, I have to order that Mr. Valdez have no contact with her, that he maintain a separate residence from her, that he not go to that residence except for one time with law enforcement, and he not possess any weapons or firearms. So he's not allowed to go back there. That's the law. You look like you don't understand
I
that.
didn't know that. I thought that because I was here, that
No.
I would.
You could speak on your behalf.
I'd rather him not, just go to a psych ward and be Baker acted because he's not stable. He hasn't been on his medications now. So it's even worse. Because if he doesn't take them in the morning, I mean, he gets like, I mean, it comes and it goes.
Well,
So,
the reality is if no one posts his bond, he doesn't get out of jail. If the bond gets posted, he's entitled to be released.
I don't want him to stay
And
in
then you
jail.
can, the courthouse opens on, I have no idea if you can file for Baker Act proceedings downstairs when, I don't know if this clerk knows that. But otherwise, the courthouse opens downtown Monday morning at like 7:30, isn't it right? 7:30, 8 o'clock?
No, I know the form that I had to fill out. I thought I would be able to do it here and then him be transferred over.
I have no idea if the clerk's office here or downstairs accepts Baker Act petitions. Do you? No one seems to think so. All right, but, so we're gonna focus now on this criminal case here. So I have to order those conditions. I have to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The paperwork here, let me pull it back up. All right, and the bond will be $250 on each count with the conditions, once again, no contact, maintain separate residence, no weapons or firearms, can't go to the victim's residence, can't go back to where he lived before except for one time with law enforcement to collect his belongings. All right,
Can I change that?
what's that?
I would like to change that then.
Which part
Mine-
as it
mine.
applies to you?
Applies to me as far as contact with me.
Okay, so yes, so no hostile contact with the daughter. That means you can have as much contact with your daughter as your daughter allows. Like, for example, if she says to you only by phone, then it can only be by phone. If she says it can be in person, just don't raise your voice, or you have to be on your medication around her, then make sure you follow through with her restrictions. Does that,
To be by voice.
what's that?
I rather to be by voice.
For some reason, I'm having difficulty hearing.
I rather to be by voice.
Oh, you want her to be your voice?
Yeah, no, by voice. I wanted to communicate her only by voice.
Okay, yeah. Well, what happens is, as long as she's okay with that, then that's perfectly fine.
Go I said right now.
Yeah, okay. As much contact with her as she allows you to have, but I can't force you to have any contact at all. Okay. Right. All right, makes sense? All right, and the court out, and like I said, if no one posts his bond, then he stays here until there's a future bond hearing. You can always go to the courthouse and proceed on requesting consideration of Baker Act stuff. And since I'm the judge that reviews all of that this week, I'll remember this case.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Hi, your name, please?
Billy Johnson.
Billy Johnson, okay. So, here we go. Billy Johnson, the allegations are trespass in an occupied structure. This looks like a case we reset from yesterday to give you an opportunity to consider, but not have to consider a plea offer. Are you interested in the plea offer?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask the assistant public defender who's not representing you to save you some money, is it time served?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, no return in court costs.
All right. Now I'm going to place you under oath and ask you some questions. You swear affirm the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct.
Yes, sir.
Now that you're under oath, tell us your complete name and date of birth.
June 18, 1981.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm holding up a document. It's a waiver rights form. It's the form you just signed. It lists the rights that you give up by pleading no contest. It lists some of the consequences of entering a plea of no contest, and it lists your right and time to appeal. Did you thoroughly read and understand the form?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about anything on the form?
No, sir.
Is everything on the form true and correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, a plea of no contest means you're not contesting the charges, you want to accept the plea agreement. Not guilty means you deny the allegations, you prefer the case go to trial. So to this charge of trespass and occupied structure or conveyance, do you plead no contest or not guilty?
No contest.
All right, enter the no contest plea because you believe that's the best way to resolve this case for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll find that you knowingly, freely, voluntarily, and intelligently have waived your constitutional rights with an understanding of the nature of the allegations and of the consequences of the plea, and there are sufficient facts to accept the plea to give you the sentence that I told you to receive. All right, good luck, sir, okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, 6 months to pay. Yeah, unless there's something else. All right. Hi there, can you tell us your name, please? All right, sir, you here today, you have an allegation of committing a disorderly conduct. It's a second-degree misdemeanor, punishable by, actually, it's a city ordinance violation of disorderly conduct, punishable by up to 60 days in jail and a $500 fine. Some people want to take a plea offer and resolve the case. Other people want to fight the case. It's up to you. Is that what?
Your Honor,
Yes.
Mr. Lamar also has a case, that is on the docket that he's out on. It's a state misdemeanor. I did speak to him. He would like to resolve that today if the court would give an offer. Because it has already gone through IAs and it's a city ordinance, the state attorney cannot give me an offer. But if the court would be willing to, he would like to resolve that today.
I can do it assuming that they have filed the charge, because the problem is that once you get past IAs, the law requires there be an actual charging document.
He does have an arraignment date that's coming up. Are you able to look at that?
So
I'm trying to look it up here too.
it's also listed as an MM, but I think it should be an MO, because
Yeah, I couldn't find it with an M. It's an MO.
Yeah, I'm looking at the MO, and I know they have the arraignment date set next week, but it doesn't see that they filed it. Oh, let me see what this is. This might just be the complaint.
Mr. Lamar.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a charging document.
Your Honor, I understand. If we can't plead out, can my office be appointed to it because he does not have an attorney?
Yeah, absolutely, and then maybe, all right. Maybe you can get someone to agree to a continuation of the initial appearance and be able to do it that way if you can't get the city to move faster. All right, so appoint the PD in 23MO252AO. Does he want to resolve the other case today?
Yes, I apologize.
Right. I'm going to place you under oath and ask you some questions. You swear or affirm the information you're about to tell us is true and correct? All right, now that you're under oath, tell us your name again, please. Mr. Lamar, did you read and understand everything on that form? Because the form lists some very important information, like the rights you give up by pleading no contest, your right in time to appeal. Did you read and understand that? Just a little bit louder. Yeah. Okay. To the allegation that you committed this ordinance violation of disorderly conduct, do you plead no contest?
No contest.
All right, I'll find that I'll make the findings on the waiver rights form. There's a factual basis to accept the plea. Adjudication, credit time served, you'll be released on this case today and give you 6 months to pay the court cost. Keep in contact with your lawyer on that other case because there's a court date on March 14th at 1 o'clock downtown. All right, I believe we're on the French interpreter case.
Excuse me, Your Honor, were you taking any action on the add-on bond case?
No.
No action?
No, it's amazing how loud everything else I could barely hear, but you I hear loud and
changed
clear,
it
and
where-
without your mouth moving, I don't even know who's talking. But now I'll recognize the voice, right? French, all right. Hi there, is this the interpreter?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Hi there, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear to well and truly translate from French to English and English to French to the best of your ability?
I do.
All right, I'm going to be asking questions of the individual here. I just want to let you know that since you don't have the benefit of seeing. Hi there, are you Daniela Bebou?
Alors, est-ce que vous êtes Daniela Bebou?
Oui.
Yes.
Right, and I want to let you know that you're treated exactly the same, whether you use the interpreter or not, but make sure that the interpreter finishes interpreting everything before you start to answer.
Je veux vous faire savoir qu'on vous traite de la même façon, même quand l'interprète est là ou pas. Donc, assurons-nous d'attendre lorsque que l'interprète finisse d'interpréter avant de répondre.
All right, the allegations today are that you committed the following criminal charges.
Donc, l'allégation aujourd'hui, c'est que vous avez commis les charges criminelles suivies.
Theft of over $750, use of an anti-shoplifting device, and possession of an anti-shoplifting device.
Vol de $750, usage d'un appareil anti-vol et possession d'un appareil anti-vol.
Grand theft of over $750 and providing false identification to law enforcement.
Grand vol de plus de $750 et procurer une identification fausse aux gens de l'enforcement de la loi.
Can you afford to hire your own lawyer, or do you need to appoint the attorneys at the public defender's office to represent you?
Est-ce que vous pouvez vous permettre d'avoir votre propre avocat ou est-ce que vous voulez qu'on vous appointe un défendeur public?
En public, ce serait bien.
Could I ask for a petition, please, Your Honor?
Madam Interpreter, can you repeat that again?
Could I have a repetition, please, of what she just said?
Oh, yes. Can you afford to hire your own lawyer, or do you need me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
Est-ce que vous pouvez vous permettre d'avoir l'abordabilité de votre propre avocat ou est-ce que vous voulez que j'appointe un avocat pour vous représenter?
Je voudrais appointer un avocat pour moi.
I would like you to get a lawyer for me.
Right, the office of the public defender will be appointed to represent you.
Donc, le bureau des défendeurs publics va être appointé pour vous représenter.
Your bond on the cases are going to be as follows.
Donc, vos liens vos obligations dans le cas vont être les suivants.
$2,500 on count 1.
$2,500 pour la première accusation.
$150 on counts 2, 3, and 4.
150 pour les 2, 3 et 4.
$100 on count 4, on count 5.
$100 pour l'accusation numéro 5.
No return to the outlet mall at 4949 International Drive.
Vous n'avez pas le droit de retourner au outlet mall à 4949 International Drive.
Do you understand?
Vous comprenez?
Oui, et j'ai une question, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, and I have a question, please.
All right, ask your question.
Posez votre question.
On m'a dit que je devais payer un bon d'ici et un autre bon d'attente pas pour pouvoir sortir.
They told me that I have to pay a bond here and another bond so that I could get out.
Once you post the bond here, then other warrants that exist, for example, in Hillsborough County, you would have to post those. And then if there are other warrants out there, you would have to post those.
Une fois que vous payez le bond d'ici, les autres mandats que vous avez, par exemple, à Hillsborough County, vous aurez à les payer. Et si vous avez d'autres mandats, vous aurez à les payer aussi.
It also looks like there might be another state that once you bond out of jails in Florida, that another state might be looking for you for a criminal charge or two, or four.
Donc, il semble qu'il y a un autre État qui veut que vous sortiez de Floride et qui ont des charges criminelles ou de charges criminelles contre vous.
I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the best that I can do.
Je ne sais pas si ça répond à vos questions, mais c'est le mieux que je puisse faire.
Ma question, c'était si je payais le bond d'ici, je pourrais sortir, c'est bien ça, pour que je comprenne bien?
So my question was, if I paid the bond here, I could get out. That's what I wanted to know, if I could understand correctly.
The best way that I can answer that question is as follows.
La meilleure façon dont je puis répondre à cette question est la suivante.
If you post the bond on this case, the jail will consider you released from this case.
Si vous postez les obligations de ce dossier, donc la prison va considérer que vous êtes relâché de ce dossier.
However, once you're released on this case here, before they let you out of the doors downstairs, they look to see if there's any other warrants out there.
Mais ce qui se passe, une fois que vous postez les bons d'ici, en bas, avant de vous relâcher, ils regardent pour voir s'il y a d'autres mandats.
If there are other warrants, that means you would have two choices, either post those bonds or the other location will come and get you.
Donc, s'ils trouvent que vous avez d'autres mandats, vous aurez deux options, ou bien payer pour ces bons, ou l'autre endroit viendra vous prendre.
So what that means is if another jurisdiction doesn't have a bond amount, they will then have to come and get you.
Ce que ça veut dire, s'il y a une autre juridiction qui n'a pas un montant d'un bon, ce qu'ils devront faire, c'est venir vous prendre.
Does that answer your question?
Est-ce que ça répond à votre question?
Oui, juste une dernière question. Il a dit que j'ai un warrant dans un autre État. Est-ce que je peux savoir lequel, s'il vous plaît?
Yes, just one more question. You said that I have a warrant in another state. Could I know what it is, please?
I'll let the jail read it out.
Je vais laisser la prison pour qu'il vous le lise.
There's a Georgia warrant with no extradition.
I'm sorry.
There's a Georgia and California warrant, but there's no extradition. It's only in-state pickup.
Il y a un mandat pour la Géorgie et la Californie avec pas d'extradition.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Merci.
All right, to the French interpreter, I believe that's the last case we have needing a French interpreter, so thank you very much.
Thank you for using our service. Have a nice day.
You too, thanks. Yeah. All right, hi, can you step up to the podium and tell us your name?
What's the enemy?
Can you repeat your name again?
Diverse Bien-Aimé.
Bien-Aimé, got it. All right, thank you. All right, and to those of you in the audience, we're now getting to more of the domestic cases. If you're here on any one of those cases, come on up to the podium. All right, so in this case here, you have an aggravated assault on a family or household member as that phrase is defined by law. All right, victim last name St. Clair, and also, hold on a second. Criminal mischief, batter on a family or household member is one case. The second case is an aggravated, no, that's paperclip to the wrong case. Okay, one case. Criminal mischief and battery on a family or household member, the listed victim, last name St. Clair. All right. Can you afford to hire your own lawyer, or do you need the services of the public defender? All right, they'll be appointed to represent you. Whenever the victim's not present, there are some conditions that I'm required to order. No contact with the victim, maintain a separate residence, no weapons or firearms, don't go to where the victim resides. Your lawyer will have to let me know if there's something that you need at that property to go back one time with law enforcement. I couldn't necessarily tell from the paperwork.
That's my work stuff.
All right, all right, I'll do that. The bond on count 1 is $1,000. The bond on count 2 is $1,000. And then State, can you tell me what the status of the case that he's out on bond on 22 CF 5545?
It's set for trial on March 4th at 10 a.m.
Yesterday, wait, March?
No, April 4th, I'm sorry. And it's set for pre-trial on the 29th of this month, and then trial on March 10th.
And Your Honor, that trial date is just a control date.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's filed on, it's still moving forward.
All right, I'm going to take no action on that case since there's no allegation of drugs being used in the current case. All right, so keep in contact with your lawyer. Don't violate the conditions, otherwise it'll cause you to be back in jail. And this doesn't prevent the state attorney's office from asking the judge in that case to revoke your bond. I'm just not doing it. All right, thank you. All right, are you Emmanuel Campos? Thank you. The allegation here is aggravated assault, domestic violence. Let's see. I have a note here that says, is there an open, or is there a child abuse allegation?
There's 2 cases.
What's
He
it,
has
2
2 cases.
Nope, here it is right here. This paperclip and so child abuse and battery on a family or household member. Got it. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, he has 2 cases?
Yes, he has one case is aggravated assault, domestic violence in Division 12-2896. The other case, because that one I just read was what they called an add-on. The first case was child abuse and battery. They then came back later and got more information because the add-on case starts out with this is a supplemental report. Victim Mateo Campos. All right. And based upon your affidavit of indigency, you qualify for the public defender. They'll be appointed to represent you. When the victims aren't present, I have to order some conditions. No contact with the victim, maintain a separate residence, don't possess any weapons or firearms. You can't go back to where the victim resides. It sounds like you were already living there, so I'll put a condition of allowed to return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings. The way that works is you contact the sheriff's office, tell them that you're allowed to return one time, and they'll meet you somewhere other than the property and go back. I get that the listed victim was just the Mateo Campos. Is that what the state is seeing also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The reason why I say that is because if his wife wasn't the victim, he can obviously contact the wife.
Yes, it also appears that the wife is the stepmother to the child, but he's 16, so that's a little bit better.
Right.
So
It just means that if he called, he's not prevented from calling his wife to say, hey, wife, can you bring me the following items away from the house? That's what I was just trying to get at. Okay.
it's only the son.
You're just ordering maintain separate residences, correct? Because I'm being told that the son is not there anymore. So I'm advising him that if he doesn't live there based off of the maintain separate residences, he should be able to return home.
The address is the same.
asking.
What I can do is I could say, do not return, maintain separate residence, but on the do not return, I could say unless you get an affidavit in the court file from the mother saying that the youth doesn't reside in the house anymore, then he'd be allowed to return there. But if the kid moves back, I mean, the kid is 16 years old, I don't know what the child time sharing is, if this was the, so if you all get it, because you're allowed to talk to your wife, that's not a violation. If your wife gives your attorney an affidavit saying that the youth no longer lives there, then that would be sufficient to allow you to go back there. So long as the kid doesn't go back there. So, all right, and so the bond on each count will be $250. So 3 counts, $250 each, and those conditions that I mentioned. $250 each count, and yeah, same, yeah, yeah. If you step up to the podium and tell us your name, please.
Gavin Noble.
All right. All right, you're here in the felony domestic violence section. The allegation is attempted first-degree murder and resisting officer without violence. Listed victim, Deidre Morris. I'm looking at the audience. I don't see anyone listed there. All right, so there's some conditions I have to order in every case. No contact with the listed victim. Maintain a separate residence. Don't possess any weapons or firearms, including knives. No return to where the victim resides, except for one time with law enforcement to collect any belongings you might have. So those are conditions I have to order. I don't have a form indicating that you want the public defender's office. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the public defender?
Afford a lawyer. Afford a lawyer.
You can afford one? Yeah. Okay. Have you been in, I don't want to hear what you told any lawyer because that's confidential information, but have you told a lawyer that you're here in jail?
No.
Okay. What,
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
yes, ma'am, I'll press the sidebar button. Okay, you said thank you, but it didn't get picked up because I have the sidebar button pressed. All right, so do you want me to appoint the public defender's office? Okay, so I'll appoint them. Some people, they are able to get money together from family, friends, whatever, and then hire a lawyer. They could, all those lawyers know how to take over for the public defender's office. If they didn't, you don't want to hire them. I mean, it's something that's really easy for them to do. But on count one, the charge is, you're presumed to be innocent. The charge is pretty serious, and that charge is going to hold you here in custody at no bond until you go in front of a judge to address whether or not there are conditions of release that will allow you to remain out in the community. That the charge is the type of charge that you're going to be held that way. You're entitled to an Anderson hearing within, I'm sorry, I get confused with the accounting firm, Arthur Anderson. You're entitled to an Arthur hearing. Yes, ma'am? Oh, sorry, I thought I heard something. All right, so on count two, your bond is $500, but on count one, you're held at no bond. Your attorney will schedule a bond hearing in front of a judge. Arthur here. All right, if you step up to the podium, tell us your name, please.
Hello, my name is Andrew Ramos Lopez.
All right. The allegation is that you committed an aggravated stalking and a false imprisonment. And looking in the audience to see if there's anyone out there. Not quite convinced that there's probable cause on the false imprisonment because they block a car in, but that doesn't mean the person can't open a door and walk away. But there is probable cause on the aggravated stalking. What'll happen is I'm gonna set conditions of release here, and then we'll find out whether the state wants it to be rolled over till tomorrow to provide additional information, but we're not there yet. Without the victim being present here, there are some conditions that I'm required to order: no contact with the victim, maintain a separate residence from the victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, don't go to the victim's residence. All right, now, hold on just a moment. It's been a while since I did criminal. Does count one doesn't qualify as, I mean, can it be used to make him a prison releasee reoffender, or can you not tell? Oh, because the paperwork I have says he was released from prison in September of 2020, but I don't think aggravated stalking is an offense that can be used for. No? Okay.
I'm not.
I don't think it is.
PRR list. I don't think.
Yeah. All right, but you're standing?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to make a brief argument as to the false imprisonment.
Okay, yes.
It's the state's position that while that we understand the court's decision, the victim was in a vehicle and trapped between his vehicle and a building. So it's the state's position that she was in fear for her life, and because he was in a car and could have used that car to hit her or harm her, that would meet the requirements for the false imprisonment.
But it's just, if there was no way for her to, like, let's say that he blocked her in such a way that she couldn't open up the door on a side, then that's clearly false imprisonment. The other one, I don't think it's so clear, but I can, if he's still here tomorrow, because I'm gonna give him a bond on the charge. If he's still here tomorrow, then you'll be able to argue to the judge whether it does meet false imprisonment, or if there's additional facts that might clearly establish that there's no way for her to leave. Maybe there was something blocking the door. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so your bond on count one is gonna be 5,000, and the bond on count two is gonna be 1,000. You can post those bonds today, and you won't be seen in court tomorrow. If you're still here tomorrow, the only issue that's gonna be addressed on count two is whether or not count two should be 1,000 or whether it should be reduced to ROR. Now, the law does say this. The law says that the initial appearance, if there's probable cause, the judge must find. If there's no requirement that judge address probable cause at initial appearance. The state has 48 hours to establish probable cause, and then at the end of 48 hours, they can request another 24 hours. So even tomorrow, if there's no probable cause, the state at that point in time could actually ask for 24 hours. But it's just about whether or not the extra 1,000. All those other conditions exist, and the 5,000 on count one remains regardless of what happens on count two.
Okay.
Now, I just want to make, it says that there was a child in common, and so if there is, you still no contact. Whenever there's a child involved, that involves attorneys going in front of a judge to try to figure out ways that if there's some sort of family law case that allows some sort of time sharing, for that all to be discussed so that everyone's on the same page. But right now, it's no contact at all.
At all, okay.
Okay. Got it? I don't want you to accidentally violate it. So, all right, so if you're still here tomorrow, you'll see a judge. If you're not here tomorrow, then it means you bonded out and you're represented by a lawyer, and you still have to follow all the conditions. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right, so don't violate the conditions or you'll be right back in jail. All right, thank you. On count two, for probable cause on count two only. No, you don't need to say that. Hi there, your name, please?
David Bradley.
I had another felony domestic case on Andrew Ramos Lopez. Is he detained?
We just did him.
Oh, there you go, sorry. One of those days, one of those days. All right, Mr. Bradley, you're charged in this case here with a battery, let's see, battery, domestic violence, and criminal mischief in an amount of more than $200. There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred. Alicia Miller is the listed victim. I don't see anyone in the witness box, so there are conditions that I have to order in every case. No contact with the victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, you can't go to where the victim resides, and maintain separate residence. If you have something at that person's house, I can allow you to return one time with law enforcement to collect belongings. Do you have anything at the person's house?
The residence is mine. She has some stuff that's still left there, but I don't know if she wants it thrown away or not. So
Let me look and see if sometimes they put the separate address here.
her address should be the same.
And Your Honor, in the body of the affidavit, states that the victim is moving out of the apartment. And she has been for the last few days.
And then I do see another address on the witness list, but I won't read out loud because I have no idea if there's Marcy's law was invoked. Okay. So maintain a separate residence, which means if she's there, you're not allowed to return to your address if she's there.
There's no possible way she could be there without my consent. She has no keys or no access to the gate, so.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. But let's say you go there and she's there. You better turn around and leave.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you'll be in violations of the conditions. All right. And so the bond is going to be $500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. And then all those conditions that I mentioned. Got it?
Sir.
Right. Oh, can you, for a lawyer, do you need me to appoint the public defender? Oh, the clerk says you qualify, so they'll be appointed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi there, your name, please?
Eric Lewis.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. You qualify for the public defender's office. They'll be appointed to represent you. The allegation is battery on a family or household members. That phrase is defined by law. There's a person in the witness box. I'm going to swear you in and ask you some questions. Do you swear or affirm that the information that you're about to tell us here today is both true and correct? Yes. All right. You're more than welcome to keep wearing the mask, but I'm going to need you to speak a little bit louder to the following questions. You can leave it on if you want to. All right.
I'm speaking.
You have trouble speaking? Okay, that's fine. I'll have you nod your head and then I'll try to interpret this. Other than, I need you to tell us your name, please. Okay, so you're the listed victim in this particular case. You probably heard me speak to other people today, and so the question is about contact. And I'll let you do a thumbs up or thumbs down to these questions, and then I'll vocalize, and you'll tell me whether I'm vocalizing correctly. If you're in fear of the gentleman here, Mr. Lewis, give us a thumbs up. If you're not in fear, give us a thumbs down. Thumbs down, not in fear. Is it your request that I allow Mr. Lewis to have contact with you? If so, give a thumbs up. If no, thumbs down. All right, thumbs up. Are you asking me to order that Mr. Lewis lives somewhere else from you? If so, thumbs up. If not, thumbs down. Thumbs down. If for some reason that something happens in the house where you feel that you're the victim of a crime, will you be afraid to call law enforcement? If so, afraid, thumbs up. If not afraid, thumbs down. Thumbs down. All right. The attorneys may have some questions for you, and they may or may not do the thumbs up, thumbs down. That's going to be up for them, but they obviously hear the strain in your voice. The first attorney that's going to have an opportunity to ask questions is the prosecutor, who's to your right.
The state has no questions. Your Honor, you covered everything.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
All right. All right. In this case here, I'm going to order no hostile contact, and I want to explain what no hostile contact means because I see the look of concern on the victim's face. no more contact with you than you allow. So if you're okay with him being around you, he can be okay, he can be around you. I can't force him. For all I care, Mr. Lewis can never talk to you again. But if Mr. Lewis wants to be around you and you're okay with him being around you, that's perfectly fine. But like if you say, don't raise your voice at me, then he can't raise your voice. If something happens and you're like, Mr. Lewis, it's time for you to move out, he's gonna have to move out because it has to be consensual contact with you only. He's not allowed to possess any weapons or firearm and not allowed to possess or consume any alcohol. There's an allegation of alcohol being involved here. The bond on the case is gonna be $250 with these conditions.
Your Honor, I apologize. He does qualify for straight PTR.
All right, so I'll release you on pretrial release. Oh, there it is. And so you won't have to post any money to get out of jail, but if you violate the conditions, it'll cause you to be right back in jail. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Okay, all right, thank you. Hi, your name, please.
Yes, sir, Brandon Moritz.
All right, and there's an individual in the box. Hold on a moment. All right. The public defender's office will be appointed to represent you. It's alleged that you committed battery. Now I'm going to swear the witness in. Do you swear or affirm the information you're about to tell us here today is both true and correct? Yes. All right, you're going to have to speak a little bit louder, but can you tell us your name, please?
Tiana Hall.
All right, you are the listed victim in this particular case. Are you in fear of Mr. Moritz?
No.
Are you asking me to order that he not have any contact with you?
No.
Do you already live apart from each other, or do you live together?
We live together.
Do you want him to be ordered to live somewhere else other than you, or do you not want me to put that restriction?
No. I don't want that restriction. I want him to live with me.
All right, if something like this were to allegedly, if you felt that you were the victim of a crime, would you be afraid to call law enforcement to report it?
No.
Right, the prosecutor and then defense attorney might have some questions for you.
Your Honor, you covered everything. No questions from the state.
No questions, but he does qualify for direct PTR, Your Honor.
All right, he's not going to have to post any money to get out of jail. I'm going to order no hostile contact, which means, did you hear me explain that to the last person, or were you not in? Okay.
No, sir, I did not.
Fair enough. No more contact with her than she allows you to have. If she says, don't raise your voice at me, you can't raise your voice at her. If she says, you know what, this living together isn't working out, you need to move out, then you're gonna have to move out. It might not feel fair to you, but you also could choose to have no contact with her at all.
Yes, sir.
That's up to you too. So, understand?
Yes, sir.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're represented by the public defender. Good luck.
Later today, we'll release.
Where's this move for?
You will have a court date. Make sure you call this number to pick up with him. Give him about 2 or 3 days for your stuff to get in the system, though, okay? You're welcome. You get paperwork right here.
Do you swear the information you're about to tell us is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell us your name, please.
My full name is Manuel Adrian Solana Sanchez.
All right, you're the listed victim in the case of Jean Marie Reed Sanchez. Hi, is that your name?
Yes, it is.
All right. The allegation is that you committed a battery on a family or household member. As that phrase is defined by law, you qualify for the public defender. They'll be appointed to represent you. There is probable cause. I'm going to ask some questions of the witness here to find out whether they want or don't want you to have contact with them.
Okay.
All right, so you've seen me ask these questions of other people. You know the questions that are coming.
Yes.
Are you afraid of Jean Marie, or, sorry about that, Miss Reed Sanchez? Are you afraid of her?
No, ma'am. Or no, sir.
Are you asking that I allow her to have contact with you?
Yes.
Do you want me to order that she lives somewhere else other than you?
No, she can stay with us.
If something happened where you felt you were the victim of a crime, would you be afraid to tell that to law enforcement?
No.
Right, the attorneys might have some follow-up questions for you.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, so I'm going to order no hostile contact, no more contact with the victim than the victim allows. So you could choose not to have any contact, but if you want to have contact, as long as it's consensual,
Okay.
no problem. Don't possess any weapons or firearms. It looks like you don't qualify for a straight pretrial release, so you're going to have to post a bond of $250, and you have a lawyer defending you. If the bond gets posted today, you'll be released today. Make sense?
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're gonna have to talk about it.
I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi there, your name, please?
Shane Sands.
All right, thank you, sir. The allegation in your case here is that you committed a battery on a family or household member. As that phrase is defined by law, there is probable cause to believe the offense occurred. I'll appoint the office of the public defender to represent you on the case. Because the listed victim isn't present, I'm going to order the following conditions: no contact with the victim, maintain a separate residence from the victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, and you can't go to the victim's residence. Although if you have some belongings there, I can allow you to go there one time with law enforcement. Do you need to go back there one time with law enforcement to collect belongings?
No, they gave them to the person in my house.
Okay, so you don't need to go back. Okay, so it's just no return. The bond on this case is going to be $250, but it looks like you're out on bond on some other charges, including a battery and an aggravated assault. On those cases, I'll make sure that the public defender's office is representing you on them.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
there was no action taken on the battery, domestic violence. They only filed on an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Oh, wait, but the other case, is it the same case number? Hold on.
The other case is a petty theft 2 priors.
They didn't charge a battery on that one?
I only saw petty theft 2 priors unless the state has something additional.
I'll check.
It might have been one of those where they came in for one and then left another. I mean, came in for one and the state filed something different.
Yeah, he came in for battery. We filed on battery and theft.
Okay.
And so the aggravated assault is domestic in nature or not domestic in nature?
One is 22 CF. That one is domestic.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
It is a domestic violence case.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Hey, take your time.
It appears that it was, okay, so it's in our domestic violence unit, but it was charged as aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, rather than aggravated assault dating violence and battery dating violence.
Were there different victims and they only prosecuted one?
No, I think they just, there's only one listed victim, and I think they just didn't increase charge. It looks like we upfiled this one. Yeah, that's what happened.
Take your time looking up and then just let me know when you're done. I don't want to make you feel rushed or anything.
Your Honor, it's not domestic, it's dating. They defined it as dating, not domestic.
Okay. Anything else? All right, but, okay, so then I'll take no action on 23 CF 1031, but I will on the 22 CF, looks like it's 12250, is that, okay. Yeah, that one you'll have to go in front of the judge assigned to the case to readdress conditions of release. All right.
So,
All right, thank you. Sir, if you could step up to the, oh, thank you, have a good day. Will you tell us your name, please?
Andrew Gibson.
Make sure I heard that right. Did you say Andrew Gibson?
I don't know why they got me under Walgreens.
Oh, okay, got it, okay. So there might be a,
On the affidavit, it say Gibson and Walgreens.
Yes, Your Honor, he is referred to as last name Gibson within the four corners of the document.
and his driver's license number is G for Gibson. That's strange.
Did they respond to a Walgreens?
They didn't even ask me what my name was or ask for my ID.
Andrew Mikhail Gibson is violating the following. No, they responded to Jernigan Gardens. All right, well, he has criminal history, and is it all under Gibson?
Yes.
All right, well, on the dispo page for this one, indicate that the defendant says his name is Andrew, and middle name is Mikal,
Yes, sir.
and last name Gibson.
Yes.
Hopefully that'll get sorted out in that, because like I said, on the police report, there is a driver's license number that starts with G, and then the second page, it does say Gibson. He was placed under arrest and transported. All right, the allegation is that you committed a battery on a family or household members. That phrase is defined by law. That person, his last name Gibson. The person's not here, so I have to order some conditions: no contact with the victim, maintain a separate residence, no weapons or firearms, can't go to where the victim resides. Listed different address. Do you have any reason to go to where the victim resides to get any belongings?
No, she don't stay there no more.
What's that?
She don't stay there no more.
Okay, so can't go to where the victim resides. You qualify for pretrial release, so you won't have to post any money to get out of jail. And so, you know, the problem is, this is gonna come up as like an AKA. Does the jail usually reach out to the officer to have them correct it? So, or is it always gonna
No,
be like
it's
an?
placed as an alias. So when you run his criminal history, it shows up as his first and last name, and then Walgreens is an alias.
Because the officer might have made a mistake.
Possibly.
Oh, all right, well, there is a way to correct that, but you'll have to talk to your lawyer about how to solve that, because obviously, you don't wanna make it look like, you want it to be removed from the system that you're using Walgreens when you didn't do anything. It's just the officer might have just been thinking where he's gonna go after dropping you off and typed a name in. That sounds,
But they didn't ask me my name for my ID or nothing.
well, it says your name is Gibson in the report. Just put, just put in there, defendant indicated his name is.
Thank you.
Hi there, can you tell us your name, please?
Timmy Lee Bradley.
Ah, right. Mr. Bradley, you were taken into custody when a capias was issued when you allegedly failed to appear for court on a criminal mischief charge. The bond on that case is set at $2,000. Do you understand? Did you already have a lawyer representing you, or do you need me to appoint the public defender? Oh, you already had the PD. Okay. So see that green sheet of paper they gave you? That's so you can contact them. If you can't post the bond, they'll set your arraignment probably usually do it pretty quick, because do you know if the charges have been filed? Because they have an in-jail arraignment that usually comes up pretty quick. But if you post the bond, they'll give you an arraignment date to come back.
We'll make sure to reach out to you, let you know when your date is. You do have a bond, it's a $2,000 bond.
I have a warrant.
Correct, and you have a bond.
All right, thank you. Xavier Bradley?
Yes, sir.
All right, detained for possession of MDMA and possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. You qualify for the public defender's office, they'll be appointed to represent you. All right, your bond is gonna be $2,500 on count one, 1,000 on count two, and I won't revoke the bond on the misdemeanor battery charge you just were released on the other day. All right, keep in contact with your lawyer. All right,
It's $3,500. Yes, unless you talk to a bondsman. You don't talk to a bondsman, I don't know what the bondsman's gonna tell you.
Your Honor, Burns is mental health.
Burns is mental health. Okay, so there's probable cause, the bond is $2,000, we'll appoint the public defender. Do you want me to reset it for tomorrow?
You can waive his appearance, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll reset it.
Stay in the bond.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you're keeping the bond the same?
Yes, thank you. All right, tell us your name, please.
My name is Richard Chioka.
You have two cases here today. One case, it was a capias that issued when you failed to appear for court in 22 CF 7970, and they set the bond at $1,000 on count one and $500 on count two. Then you have a case of possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia, where the bond is going to be 1,000 on count one and 500 on count two, and there's probable cause for that offense.
Your Honor, I apologize, was that 100 or 500 for count two?
Let me get my glasses, it looks like it's 500. Yeah, 500.
Thank you.
So the public defender's office will be appointed to represent you. And state, oh, he's in diversion on a petty theft, is that right?
It was the rejection.
All right.
Yeah, he's been rejected from pretrial diversion on that.
Oh, he has a court date on March 7th, though. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. Status hearing.
So if you're still in jail on March 7th, they'll let the judge know and they'll likely transport you over there. If you get out of jail and you don't go to court for the March 7th, they're gonna just issue another warrant for your arrest. March 7th, 9 o'clock.
Excuse me, sir. What do you mean by transported? Transported where?
Downtown.
Yeah, like if you're here in jail, they don't just trust people to like drive over to or walk over to.
That. I didn't know the court was downtown. My apologies.
Yeah.
But it said I was told today that I was bonded out already. How is that so?
On the petty theft case, you weren't in jail last week, were you?
No.
That's what they mean. That means you weren't in jail on that count.
No, they told me today that I was bonded out today.
You're not, because you're still here.
You think someone already posted your bond?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The correction officer had told me somebody posted my bond today.
They might have posted, but they were waiting to find out what happens in here. So the bond amounts that I announced are the same as what the reports had said. So if the bond has already been posted, then yes, you'll be released today. But make sure you attend that court date, March 7th.
Sir.
If for some reason someone didn't really post your bond and you're still here on March 7th, they will transport you over to the courthouse.
His bonds haven't been posted due to the out-on bond. We needed to find out what action was gonna be taken.
Oh, okay, so.
I don't know, because I don't work in there.
Your Honor, currently is a refusal.
Right, so Connolly was a refusal. There's no PD paperwork filled out, so I'll find probable cause, reset the case for tomorrow, and leave the bond as indicated for now.
Let's reset.
Right.
English bonded. Hitler bonded.
The next case I have is Sasha Ladry, is mental health, okay. Let's see, didn't fill out the PD paperwork, we'll reset it for tomorrow, there's probable cause and the bond for now remains the same. Right. Yeah, yeah. Since I got all these stacks of things for you. Good, all right, very good. All right, hi, your name, please?
Stefan.
All right, thank you. The allegation is that you possess methamphetamine and also violated a city ordinance for basically trespassing. You filled out your affidavit of indigency, you qualify for the public defender's office, they'll be appointed to represent you. The bond on the possession of methamphetamine is $1,000, and the bond on the city ordinance violation is $500. All right, let's see, so keep in contact with your lawyer, okay? Thank you. Hi, your name, please? Hi. So Carmen Mesa.
Carmen Mesa.
Okay, yeah. I don't want you to strain yourself. If it's hard to talk, just do the best you can without hurting yourself. You're not the first person today that's had difficulty talking, so don't be embarrassed in any way. I'm not trying to embarrass you. The allegations here today are that you possess cocaine and that you possessed drug paraphernalia. There is probable cause to believe the offenses occurred. The public defender's office will represent you, and I'm looking here, you don't qualify for pretrial release, so your bond remained $1,000 on count one and $100 on count two. If you understand, just give me a thumbs up so I can, there you go, thumbs up. All right, you got paperwork from your PD, so you can keep in contact with them. All right, thank you very much, have a good day. Timothy Nicholson?
Yes, sir.
All right. You qualify for the public defender's office. They'll be appointed to represent you in the case. The allegation is that you possessed a firearm by a convicted felon and you possess less than 20 grams of cannabis. You don't qualify for pretrial release, so your bond is going to be $4,000 on count one and $100 on count two. Do you understand? All right. If you ultimately can't afford to post it, you can always ask your lawyer to try to schedule a hearing to try to reduce the bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Oscar Porto Rivera, sir.
All right, thank you very much. All right, the allegation in this case is that you committed the offense of arson. You filed the paperwork that determines you qualify for the public defender's office. They'll be appointed to represent you. All right, hold on just one moment. All right, the bond on the arson case is going to be set at $5,000. You were out on bond on a grand theft charge and a driving while license suspended charge. You're going to need to go back in front of the judge assigned to those cases to readdress the conditions of release. I'll make sure that the public defender's office is appointed to represent you on those cases. So you're entitled to a bond, but you have to see a judge first on those cases to readdress the conditions of release. There's a statute that says if you're out on bond and there's probable cause to believe a new crime occurred, the conditions can be revoked and then reassessed and given a new one unless there's no conditions that exist to support a bond, but you should be able to, looks like you're entitled to it, but that judge will have to do it. All right? So if you bond out on the new case, you're gonna be held on the other one. So you can't bond out at the moment. A lot of people aren't happy with what I do, but all I can do is just make sure people understand. Do you understand?
Do you know when I go to court again?
So what happens is your lawyers are just now finding out about it. The person to your left is with the public defender's office. She'll let the lawyers know assigned to the case. They're in front of the judge every day of the week, Monday through Friday. So I'd like to think by the end of this week it's scheduled, but that's something that they have to arrange once you tell them that's what you want. So I'm sure you're telling them that's what you want. Yeah, okay.
Sir.
All right, thank you. Are your name?
Morning, well, afternoon.
Good.
My name is Myris Rivera.
All right, thank you. You have a couple different cases here. You have a DUI, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of drug paraphernalia, and then there's a charge of neglect of a child. Hold on just one moment. Based upon the child in the car. All right. All right, so the bond will be 1,000 on count 1 of neglect of a child, 1,000 on count 2, 1,000 on count 3, possession of drug paraphernalia. On the DUI, the bond will be $500. Don't possess or consume any alcohol. Do not drive without a valid driver's license. And comply with any conditions that DCF might require. I'm not saying DCF's gonna do anything.
Yeah, I understand.
They already did see something?
No.
Okay, but if they do, you're required as a condition of your release to comply with whatever case plan. Sometimes they get involved and put case plans to try to protect children, and then sometimes they don't. But if they do put something, they're gonna be required to comply with them, okay?
That's fine.
Right. Hi there, you Wayne Robinson?
Yes, sir.
All right, the allegations are burglary of an unoccupied dwelling and petty theft. There's an arrest warrant that establishes probable cause to believe the offense occurred. Appoint the public defender's office to represent you. So, let's see. No contact with the victim, no return to the victim's residence, but you can, it says your neighbors, you can still live at your house.
I can go to my house.
Let me read this again. When I read this the first time, I got the impression that you were a
I don't
neighbor.
understand how stealing water is burglary or a felony.
Going to get a bond.
I'm going to get a bond.
Not without a bond.
Yeah, so because your address is different, because the allegations from what I remember when I signed the arrest warrant was that it was neighbors. So you're allowed to still live at your house, but you're not allowed to have any contact with the listed victim, and you can't go to the victim's residence, but you can still live in your house, because it's a different house, right?
It's my house and my brother's. And I don't understand.
Well, I'll answer the question. Like, but I don't want you to respond, because I don't want you to say anything that'll hurt your case more than you've already done. It's the allegation that makes it a felony is not the taking of just water. The allegation from the arrest warrant was that you entered the structure of another with the intent to remove their property, and that's what burglary is. The entering of the property with the intent to take with the intent to take something. That's what a felony is. So it doesn't matter if it was a stick of gum or if it was a diamond. Entering with the intent to commit a crime is what makes it a burglary. All right, so you have conditions of release. Don't violate the conditions or it'll cause you to be back in jail. Okay?
Your Honor, what were the bond amounts?
Oh, I'm gonna leave it at 5,000 on count 1 and 150 on count 2.
Your Honor, Shudas bonded.
Okay, got it.
Smith bonded.
Gabriel Smith bonded, or Garfield Smith, okay?
Wiggins James is mental health.
I don't have an affidavit of indigency on, so that one, it was an arrest warrant that established probable cause. So we will reset that one for tomorrow. James Wiggins, right? I think that was, yeah.
Yes.
And leave the bond where it is for now. Yeah. Hi there, are you Tony, last name Wilson?
Sir.
All right. All right, it's alleged that you possessed alprazolam on February 28th or possession of amphetamine, sorry. I got that wrong. All right, so the bond in that case is $1,000. It looks like it was the same, around the same day you were arrested on another case and then bonded out March 1st, so I won't revoke your conditions of release on the aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. But your bond is $1,000 on your new case. You can post the bond and then you can be released. Do you understand? Keep in contact with your lawyer.
Sir.
Hi there, your name, please?
Alexander Zaharenko.
The allegations are neglect of a child and possession of drug paraphernalia. You qualify for the public defender's office. They'll be appointed to represent you. The bond is $1,000 in count 1, 500 in count 2, and then comply with what any DCF plans if DCF gets involved. DCF may not get involved. DCF might get involved. Sometimes they offer services to people or require services, and if so, then it'll be condition of your release. You comply with the DCF plan, if there is one, or becomes one. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I just got a bond is what you're saying is, and if I don't pay the bond, then I have to sit 33 days or something like that?
Your attorney will get in touch with you and let you know.
It's more complicated than that. The 33-day motion is if the state doesn't file charges within so many days, then you can file a motion, and then they get 3 extra days from the day you file the motion. Some people wait 50 days, and then the 3 days starts then. So it's not, they call it a 33-day motion, but it really depends upon when your motion is filed and whether they file charges. They could file charges between day 30 and the day you have your hearing, and then you stay longer. So you have a bond amount, you can choose to bond out or not. If you can't afford to post the bond, then your lawyer can always go in front of a judge to address whether the bond should be reduced. Does that answer your question?
Okay, yes, sir.
Your Honor, Butler bonded. Bookhard is a refusal.
All right, so I don't see a PD affidavit. Do you want me to reset it for tomorrow? Is this where there's a plea offer?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so reset it for tomorrow. Probable cause. Bond remains the same to be addressed tomorrow.
Yes.
Hi there, your name, please?
Jason Lee House.
All right, the allegation is that you trespass on property after warning. It's a second-degree misdemeanor punishable by up to 60 days in jail and a $500 fine. I've just been handed a waiver rights form, and it appears to have I'll call it a mark, which could be a signature. You have the right, if you wish, to enter a no contest plea, which means not contesting the charge, waive your right to the items that are listed on the form, and be sentenced to time served, order not to return to the location of the offense, and you'd have 6 months to pay the court costs. You also have the right to turn this down, be represented by the public defender's office, and have them defend you. It's up to you. You know what you'd like to do?
Honestly, I just, whatever gets me out today, I'll be.
Okay. Well, it's ultimately your decision. If you want to take the plea offer and get released today, knowing that you've just pled to a criminal charge.
All this is very confusing.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Okay. I will say this, though. It's, according to this criminal history summarization, is 15 misdemeanors, 2 failures to appear. So I'd like to think that some of it is somewhat familiar, but I'll give you a moment to speak with him. Hold on, I was reading the wrong person's thing. That was Mr. Bookhard. I don't want to, because maybe it's possible he qualifies for pretrial release. No, 1 felony, 1 misdemeanor, 2 failures to appear. And last conviction was a disorderly intox in April. And I'll go ahead and press the sidebar button. All right, off a sidebar. Have you had sufficient time to speak with Mr. House?
Thank you.
All right, so of your choices, do you wish to accept the plea offer?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to place you under oath and ask you some questions. Do you swear or affirm that the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Yes.
All right, tell us your complete name and date of birth.
Jason Lee House, August 8th, 1986.
I'm holding up a waiver rights form. It appears to have either your signature or your mark. It looks like a house or a pie or something. I can't really tell, but on this form, it lists the rights that a person gives up when they plead guilty or no contest. It lists your right and time to appeal, and it makes for other representations on here. Did you thoroughly read and understand everything on the form?
Mostly, yes.
Right. Did you know that you have the right to be represented by a lawyer who could challenge and cross-examine the witnesses and evidence against you in court?
Just for trespassing.
Sure, I mean, the law, the Constitution is very similar to whether it's a very serious offense or even a minor offense, you still have constitutional protections. The right to be represented by a lawyer, the right to make the state prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. At trial, your lawyer can challenge and cross-examine witnesses and evidence against you. You could bring in witnesses to testify for you. At the trial, you'd have the right to either testify or remain silent. That would be entirely up to you. No one can force you to testify if you didn't want to. If you testified, your testimony would be treated the same as any other witness. And if you remain silent, no one can hold it against you. They can't, it doesn't make the state's case any stronger just because you choose not to testify. I will tell you that if you're on probation in another case, by entering this plea, it could cause your probation to be violated. If you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering this plea, it could cause you to be deported. And also, if the charge you're pleading to is a sexually violent or sexually motivated offense, or if you've been previously convicted of such an offense, by entering this plea, it could subject to civil commitment. Do you understand all of that? No? All right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you the opportunity to post the bond, give you more chance to talk with your lawyer. The bond, what does it say, 500? Or is it 500?
What was the bond, Your Honor?
Actually, yeah, $500. All right, good luck, sir.
Give me 1 second, sir. Here you go.
Manfrenato, bonded.
All right, hi, your name, please?
Afayino.
All right. You're here today based upon an allegation of trespass on property after warning. It's a second-degree misdemeanor, punishable up to 60 days in jail and a $500 fine. You have the right, if you want to accept a plea offer. You have the right to turn down a plea offer and bond out of jail. It's up to you.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I'm gonna be. As long as nothing else is holding you, but you are going to a criminal. You are going to a criminal. You need time to speak to an attorney? We'll get your bond. You will be able to bond, you will do a bond. So you can, there's this plea offer that we talked about. Right. You can take that if you want.
Yes.
Or you can get a bond and have time to speak to it. As long as nothing else is holding. Is that what you want to do? Go ahead and sign it.
All right, do you swear or affirm the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Right here. And then the judge is asking a question.
Do you swear the information you're about to tell us is true and correct? I'm going to ask you some questions. You swear it'll be truthful answers?
Okay.
All right, tell us your name and date of birth.
Alfred Duguienu Jr.
All right. And the waiver, oh, sorry, your date of birth, please?
November 13, 1982.
Thank you. I'm holding up a waiver rights form. It's the form you just signed. It lists the rights that a person gives up when they plead guilty or no contest. It lists your right and time to appeal. And it then makes representations on your part, for example, that you're not under the influence of alcohol, et cetera. Did you read and understand the form?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions about anything on the form?
No.
Is everything on the form true and correct?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
plea of no contest means you don't contest the charges. You want the plea agreement. Not guilty means you want to go to trial. To this charge, do you plead no contest and accept the agreement, or not guilty and go to trial?
I would just,
No contest means I'm not saying I didn't do it. I'm not saying I did do it, but this is my best sentence. Not guilty means I didn't do it. I'm going to fight. So
let me
whichever
just
one you would like.
no contact.
Let him know.
No contact.
And are you entering the no contest only because you believe that's the best way to resolve the case for you? Or are you doing it because you believe you're guilty, or both? You have the right to say, I didn't do it and I want the case to go to trial. That's your decision. Only you can decide.
No contact.
Okay. And you believe that's the best way to take care of the case?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make the findings on the waiver rights form, factual basis to accept the plea, and I'll give you the sentence, the time served sentence. You'll be released today. All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
Your Honor, Dennis is medical. Dennis Ashriel.
So Dennis is medical. We reset it for today for a possible plea.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll waive his appearance.
So the bond will remain at $500. There is probable cause. The other case was an ROR. I won't revoke the conditions of release in that. That brings us to Susan Furpers.
She's a
Oh,
refusal.
yeah, point at the PD. Okay, so Susan Furpers is a refusal.
We'll waive her appearance as well, Your Honor.
All right, so if it hasn't happened already, we'll appoint the public defender's office, leave the bond at 500 and 100, and reset or not reset? You see a waiver appearance? Oh, I waive the appearance. Right.
Waived.
Hi there, your name, sir?
Dennis Hoover.
And Mr. Hoover, the allegation is that you committed the offense of disorderly conduct. It's a second-degree misdemeanor. Actually, it's not. It's a city ordinance violation, punishable up to 60 days in jail, like a second-degree misdemeanor. If you enter a plea of no contest, you'd be given time served. You'd be given 6 months to pay the court costs. You'd be released on this case today, and that would resolve this case. You have the right also just to bond out of jail and have your lawyer fight it. It's up to you. Are you standing because?
I didn't have an offer written down for this one. I won't object to the credit time served. He can have credit time served. Credit time served is good. But I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that he was just here on February 1st for the same thing. So it's starting to add up, and next time it might not be credit time served.
And then he's still got the pending case of from January, so. What is this?
Okay, you're good.
Oh, okay. Mr. Hoover, it's up to you. Do you want to accept the plea offer? Or?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to place you under oath, and then I got to ask you some questions. You swear or affirm the information you're about to tell us is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us your name and date of birth, please.
Dennis Dwayne Hoover, 12/14/1974.
All right, I'm holding up a document. It's a waiver rights form. It lists the rights that you give up by pleading no contest. It lists your right and time to appeal. And it lists some of the consequences of entering a plea. Did you read and understand the form?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about anything on the form?
No, sir.
Everything on it true and correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, to the allegation that you committed this offense, do you plead no contest or not guilty?
No contest.
Are you under the no contest plea because you believe that's the best way to resolve the case for you?
No.
Are you under the no contest plea because you believe you're guilty?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll make the findings on the waiver rights form, and there's a factual basis to accept the plea, and I'll give you the sentence that I told you'd receive. You'll be released today, okay? Thank you. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Stay out of the street, please.
Martino is medical.
All right, so I'll appoint the public defender's office. There's probable cause. And do you want me to reset it again?
No, Your Honor, we'll waive.
Hi there. Jaylee Ramirez is, Palomino Ramirez, were you all able to find the affidavit for arrest warrant? This is the case that I said, if we have it, we'd address whether or not I could give you a bond or not. And if not, then I just have to roll it till Monday, and they absolutely would have it because it's during business days. It's a lot easier to get stuff.
Yes, Your Honor, I don't have access to it. I think it might still be sealed.
All right, so what, are resets in the morning or afternoon, do you know? Okay, so a reset for tomorrow morning. To obtain the arrest warrants. Hi there, your name, please?
Keaton Powell.
Okay, so there's a note here that says, ask pretrial, assume reset because out on bond in 23 MM 1481.
It was he's out on bond and the FAT was in place, so it just needs to be addressed. You saw his other case prior.
So a judge saw him Friday.
No, you saw him yesterday.
Yesterday, okay.
Yes, but he has a FAT that needs to be addressed.
Okay, so
before
let
he
me
goes
see.
bond.
So, is Odyssey updated from yesterday, or it doesn't happen like that? No? Okay. What happened yesterday?
Yesterday, he was here for the battery domestic violence. I didn't hear you. For the DV 23 MM 1481AO.
Case was like.
I see. Remember this one, and the witness appeared and testified. All right, so I'll take no action on that case. You were out on bond in, but that doesn't mean that the prosecutor can't ask the judge assigned to the case to try to do something with regard to the.
It's been 16.
I don't hear what you say. I don't need to hear what you said, but I will tell you this. I'm just telling you that if the bond was posted, they'll let you out. But there's that other case that's pending. The state attorney's office may ask, here's a representative from the prosecutor's office right here. She may have already done it. Type the person who typed her co-worker who's in the other division and say, hey, the judge at IA's didn't revoke, but I suggest that we do. I don't know, or she might not do anything. But it doesn't matter what you say to me because I'm not revoking it right now. I'm just telling you, they have the ability to ask the judge to do it. It doesn't matter what I say.
Sir, I'm just.
Justin Black.
All right, thank you. All right, give me just a moment to get to your paperwork. And yeah, allegations of violation of probation, but I might have some other paperwork here. There we go. All right, so it looks like Judge Tarlika issued a no bond warrant for your arrest for a violation of probation, and on VOPs, the initial appearance judge does not have the authority to give you a bond. So your bond remains no bond, but you qualify for the public defender, they'll be appointed. Your attorney can go in front of Judge Tarlika Nunez Navarro and ask that judge consider giving you a bond. I just don't have the authority to do it.
You know how long it'll be before I get a court date?
Every judge is different. All I know is that the public defender's office have attorneys in front of the judge every day of the week, and that's something with regard to the judge's schedule. All right, hi, your name, please?
Tyshawn Thomas.
All right, so you have two cases here. So what has happened is that when the officer arrested you for loitering and prowling, the officer determined that you were on probation. And based upon that, the officer arrested you for what's called an on-view violation of probation. Hey, I forgot what this word is. What is the language where some people are alleged to have violated their probation and there's nothing that the judge can, there's like a 5-day hold or something that come up?
Violent felony offender of special concern.
Does he qualify for that?
He has one.
He has that hold, all right, okay. I probably could have looked at, oh, there it is right there. All right, so there is probable cause for the loitering and prowling, and they're gonna hold you at no bond on the violation of probation on view because of this hold of violent felony offender of special concern. So your lawyer will have to go in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to get you a bond on the VOP, but on the loitering and prowling, the bond is $250. You qualify for the public defender's office, they'll be appointed to represent you, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, your name, please?
Peter Ellenberg, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, the allegation here is that you violated a city ordinance by committing the offense of disorderly conduct. You may ultimately qualify for pretrial release just as they haven't interviewed you yet. Alternatively, the state might have made a plea offer to you to resolve the case today.
He refused to interview.
Your Honor.
You want to take the plea offer? All right. That form, I'm going to place you under oath and ask you some questions. Do you swear the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please tell us your complete name, please.
Peter Carl with a K, Ellenberg.
All right, got it. I'm holding up a document. It's a waiver of rights form that appears to have your signature near the bottom right-hand corner. This form lists the rights that a person gives up by pleading no contest. It lists your right and time to appeal, and it lists some of the consequences of entering a plea of no contest. And no contest means not challenging, back up just a little bit. No contest means not challenging the allegations. They call it a best interest plea. Not guilty means you deny the allegations. You want to keep the rights on the form and go to trial. All right, so to the allegation, well, actually on the form, did you read and understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions about anything on the form?
No, Your Honor.
Is everything on the form true and correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, to the allegation that you violated the city ordinance by the disorderly conduct, do you plead no contest or not guilty?
Nolo contendere.
And are you entering this nolo contendere plea because you believe that's in your best interest?
It's in my best interest, Your Honor.
I'll make the findings on the waiver rights form. There's a factual basis to accept the plea, and I'll give you the sentence that I told you to get. Any questions?
That's time served.
Yes, sir. All right.
And well, I'm indigent. How about the court costs? How do I work that out?
Well, what happens is I give you 6 months to pay it, and then if you need longer, you just need to write a letter and explain that you're indigent. Some people, they come into money in the next 6 months. Other people never come into money, and so you'd have to just ask for extension of time to pay. Just write a letter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day. Hi, Hi, your next gentleman, your name, please?
Xavier Zelos.
And your date of birth?
February 27, 1995.
Okay, this gentleman here, Xavier Zellers. Now, there's a couple people in front of you, but I'm just have maybe the corrections could just tell me, I don't mean in front of you, obviously, there's no one there standing in front of you, but we had a couple people, Brandon Jones, Reggie Jones, and Brianna Montez, and Frederick Kenyatte.
Me either. You have the booking numbers and I can look them up.
For those four people? Okay, well, how about this? We'll come back to those four people after we do the gentleman here at the podium. Xavier Zellers, the allegation is that you violated a city ordinance by, in effect, trespassing. The state's made a plea offer of time served, no return, and court costs with 6 months to pay. You have the right to accept that offer or turn it down. It's up to you.
I said it.
All right, I'm going to place you under oath, ask you some questions. You swear the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now that you're under oath, and although I asked you your name before, I'll have to ask you it again. Can you tell us your name and date of birth?
Xavier Zelos, February 27, 1995.
I'm holding up a waiver rights form. This form lists the rights that a person gives up if they plead no contest. It lists the right and time to appeal, and it lists some of the consequences of entering a plea. Did you read and understand everything on the form?
Yes, sir.
Everything on the form true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you clearly understand everything that's happening?
Yes, sir.
A plea of no contest means not contesting the charges. People call it a best interest plea. Not guilty means you deny the allegations, you prefer the case go to trial. Do you understand the difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
All right, to this city ordinance violation, do you plead not guilty or no contest?
No contest.
All right, I'll accept the plea. I'll make the findings on the bottom of the waiver rights form, and there's a factual basis to accept the plea, and I'll give you the sentence that I told you to get. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir. Okay, so we think that's everyone. Okay, so let me go through these four that I have here. Let me get the inmate number. For the first one, Brandon Jones, is 2300-5682.
Bonded.
Bonded, okay. Next one, Reggie Jones, 2300-5684.
Bonded.
Next one, Frederick Kenyatte, 2300-5683.
Bonded.
Next one, Brianna Montez, 2300-5694.
Bonded as well.
And possession of alprazolam, and there is probable cause to believe the offenses occurred. Do you need the services of the public defender's office?
Yes.
All right, so I'll appoint the office of the public defender's office. And it says she doesn't qualify for PTR because of other legal constraint, but I didn't know what that is. Pretrial service.
Officer Oquendo, pretrial release. The defendant is also arrested for a violation of pretrial release.
All right, the bond in this case will be $2,500 on count one and $2,500 on count two. All right, keep in contact with your attorney, okay? Thank you. The next case is Elisier Bentoncourt Tirado.
Speak Spanish, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to call all the Spanish people now.
Yeah, we'll do all the Spanish cases together. Yeah, so sorry, it's coming up. Does he speak enough English to let him know that we're going to come back to all the interpreters momentarily?
I've got you, Your Honor.
Okay.
So that one is going to be after everything.
Okay. I know that was Spanish. Okay. Chadwick Cummings. All right, thank you. It does say he does qualify for direct PTR. The allegations are assault and resisting without violence. There's probable cause for the offenses, and he's not allowed to have any contact with the listed victim, and not allowed to return to the location of the offense. Sir, can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the public defender? They'll be appointed to represent you on the case. All right. No, he qualifies. Oh, sorry. He qualifies for direct PTR, so straight PTR. All right. You won't have to post a bond. But once you get out of jail, if you violate the conditions of release, you'll be right back in jail, okay? You can't, I have no idea where the camera is pointing at me. All right. The next individual is, Reynaldo Rosa. Is that a Spanish interpreter case? It was listed as originally John Doe, and then it's looks like Reynaldo. Okay, we'll come. All right. How about Sergio Gomez?
Spanish.
All right, we'll come back to that one. Douglas Green?
Your Honor, if we could reset, he's in detox.
Okay. The paperwork will say reset for tomorrow. There is probable cause for the offenses, and we'll leave the bond for what they are now, and they can be addressed tomorrow. Although it does say there's an active warrant. I don't know if they've served the active warrant on the person or not.
Yeah, 4 cases.
Active warrant is from another state. There's no explanation of that.
Okay, got it. Okay. So Douglas Green will be seen tomorrow.
For both cases?
For both cases, right?
But you want
PC for both, reset,
Okay, PC for both.
and stay the bond. Angela, last name Guanti. All right, it's allegation of violation of probation where the bond is no bond. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the attorneys at the public defender's office to represent you? All right, they'll be appointed to represent you on the case. They would have to go in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to get you a bond. Does that make sense? All right, thank you. Oh, the clerk just told me there's a second case. Hold on.
623 and 632.
Oh, 2 cases of violation of probation. All right, yes, same. James Hill Alston. Sir, it's alleged that you committed a petty theft there at a Walmart. There is probable cause to believe the offense occurred. You do qualify for direct PTR pursuant to the admin order. You'll be released. PTR, not allowed to return back to that Walmart. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you need me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
Public defender, please.
All right. The attorneys at the public defender's office will be appointed to represent you. All right. Thank you, sir. Jeremy Jackson.
He's present and approaching, Your Honor.
All right. The allegations are aggravated battery.
That's a victim. He has a victim.
And this case has the victim here. There is probable cause for the offense. Hi. It's going to be a little bit awkward because I might be looking at the camera, but I'm also really just talking to the person who's in the witness box. So I'll do my best to make sure the wrong person's not answering my question. To the person that's in the witness box at the Orange County Jail, you swear the information you're about to tell us is both true and correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this gets a little bit complicated. I'm asking to be clear, I'll make sure that it's very obvious who I'm asking the question to. And at this point in time, Mr. Jackson, I'm asking the questions of the person in the witness box here next to me. So I don't want you might think I'm asking you the question because you don't see me, but I'm really asking someone else questions. So just go ahead and listen for now. And if I get to the point where I'm going to ask you questions, I'll be clear to say, Jeremy Jackson, question. Make sense?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
All right, so for now, just listen. How about that? All right, back to the witness here. I placed you under oath. You answered yes. Can you tell me your complete name, please?
Jeanette Rivera.
And your relationship to Jeremy Jackson?
I'm his mother.
Mother, okay. And you're here to find out what's happening on the case, right?
Yes, my son has mental health
Okay.
issues and
So the reason why I wanted to find out what your relationship to the case is sometimes people come to court and they're just observing to find out what happens, or like you might be providing some information. Other times people are the listed victim of the case, and if it's the listed victim, then I ask questions about contact, because the presumption is that I should order no contact with the victim for the victim's protection. But since you're not the listed victim, I'm not going to ask you any questions about no contact. But obviously I want you to be able to hear everything that's going on a case that you're concerned about because you're related family-wise. Make sense?
yes.
Okay. So now I'm turning my attention back to Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, The allegations, aggravated battery, there's probable cause. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the services of the public defender's office to represent you?
Do I gotta go to court after this?
Yeah, there'll be future court dates if the state attorney's office files charges. We have no idea whether they will or won't. That's something they decide on their own. So at this point in time, you can just assume that there will be future court dates. Do you want me to appoint a lawyer to represent you?
Nah. Do I get with the PTR? Can I get released today on bond?
Okay, so you don't qualify for direct PTR, but I'm going to ask the pretrial services, does he qualify for mental health pretrial release?
Judge, he could get PTR with mental health conditions if qualified. That will be the best option we have for him.
Right, but even under that scenario, you've checked off the box of, I need to at least assign a bond first. Is that the way you're looking at that?
He still requires a bond, even with the mental health
Okay.
conditions.
Okay, so I'll set the bond at $100 with PTR with mental health conditions.
So
No contact with the listed victim. So $100
$100
plus
for mental
PTR.
health PTR
Oh,
qualifies?
yeah, $100 plus PTR with mental health conditions.
So, do you guys want the $100 box marked with the mental health pretrial release box marked if qualifies?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
So I get released today?
It looks like Mom, do you plan on posting the $100 bond?
Yeah, I can, does it have to be cash? Can I use debit for the bond?
Well, you have to talk to the jail about that in Osceola. I think they require a money order, but things might be, let's see if the public defender representative knows the answer.
I'm sorry, Judge, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, as far as posting bond at the Osceola County Jail, is it money order or cash, or can someone use a debit card is the mom's question?
Money order will be good, Judge.
All right, well, these AMSCOT money orders are free.
Okay.
Okay, so if you post the $100 today, he'll be released today, and then he'll have the mental health pretrial release conditions instead of the $3,500 bond, but no contact with the listed victim at all. Does that make sense? Okay. Mr. Jackson, keep in contact with your lawyer, all right?
So you're playing the PD?
All right, thank you.
So I go to Osceola, pay now?
Yeah, you can go. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you.
She will have to give us at least 2 hours.
Okay.
We can access files.
Okay, well, it's going to take a little time, but obviously you're here in Orange County. It's going to take you probably 45 minutes to make it over to that jail anyway. But they're saying it's about 2 hours. Okay, thank you, Mom. All right, going on. That's all your case, Mr. Jackson. Keep in contact with your lawyer. No contact with the victim. Tyler Johnson is the next case. All right, there's allegation of petty theft. There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred. No return to Walmart, and your bond is $500. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need me to appoint the public defenders to represent you?
A public defender.
All right, they'll be appointed to represent you. Thank you, sir. Jimmy Lamela.
It'll be just 1 moment, Your Honor.
She not here? The hotel?
Hi there, are you Jimmy Lamela?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're wanted out of another jurisdiction. The other jurisdiction, which is Polk County, is going to be told to come and pick you up. The bond is no bond. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office just for the purpose of making sure they actually really move you out of the Osceola County Jail. But once you get to Polk County, if you need a public defender, you'll have to ask the judge over there, okay?
Okay.
It usually takes just a couple days to get people moved over there, okay?
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Greg Nieves Salgado.
Spanish, Your Honor.
All right, we'll come back to that case. Dustin, last name Paras. All right, sir, the allegation is possession of methamphetamine and resisting without violence. You do qualify for pretrial release. So you'll be released pre-trial release with the conditions subject to weekly tests to make sure you're not possessing or consuming any drugs that are not lawfully prescribed to you. Any test or any positive test or refusal to take a test will be a violation of your pre-trial release conditions. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Judge, just to clarify, weekly testing is for drugs only, illegal drugs?
As opposed to alcohol, you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
So just drugs.
Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, have a good day, sir. Keep in contact with your lawyer. Christian Rosa?
Yes, President approaching.
All right, the allegation here today is that you drove while your license was canceled, suspended, revoked, that you knew the status of your license and that you've actually had this before. There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred. Do you need me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, sir.
All right, they'll be appointed to represent you. There's a note here about you being out on probation. I'm not asking you this question, I'm asking pretrial services. Are you all aware of a pending VOP, or is there just a note that there's that he's on probation?
It's a note, Judge. We didn't see any warrants in the system yet, but he's classified as being an absconder fugitive.
Right. Sure. So it may or may not be open still, but you don't know of any active warrant.
We do not see any active warrants yet, Judge. And he hasn't been served with any.
Okay. State, are you able to pull up?
I can try to pull up the Orange County case. I just don't get the same information. So can I have that case number?
That's 22 CF 2693.
3?
All right. I don't complain about other people's handwriting because mine's not that good, but I think it's a 3.
Okay.
It's just very faint also.
I did put on her dress. You got it. That's what we meant.
Looks like 22 CF 2693.
Yeah.
He had a violation of probation status hearing on February 20th. And these charges have since been disposed, but hold on, let me see if he's still on probation. Months probation. Yes, he's still on probation for this case, from what I can tell. He was sentenced to 12 months supervised probation on November 9th of 2022. So it appears to still be active.
So in this case here, your bond is $500. Don't drive without a valid driver's license, but it's possible they might violate you before you get out. It's not for me to violate your probation on this case, but you have a bond and you have a lawyer on this case here.
No action.
Right. Brandon Sloan.
President approaching.
All right, Mr. Sloan has two cases here. He has a driving while license suspended with priors, with knowledge of that, is the allegation, and then he has a case of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. And it looks like there's a note here that he's on probation, but is there a pretrial services, is there a pending violation of probation?
Judge, no, there is no pending violation of probation. These are 2 charges that he's arrested for today. He's also out of bond on 3 Osceola County cases.
Okay. So those are the 3531, 3532, and 3548?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. So on the new case here, the bond is, $2,500 on the possession of cocaine, $500 on the possession of paraphernalia. Then on the driving while license suspended, it's $2,500. And on the 3 cases that I mentioned, the 3531, 3532, and the 3538, those 3 cases, you're going to have to go in front of your Osceola County judge to have them give you new bond conditions, because those cases, your bond is revoked until you see a judge. You're entitled to a bond, but you have to see a judge first in order to address the conditions of release again. I don't expect you to be happy, but I need to make sure you at least understand, and we'll appoint the public defender's office on those 3 cases if they haven't already been appointed. So, Mr. Sloan, I've said a lot. I need to make sure you at least understand, even if you disagree with what I said. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
I mean, if you don't, I can explain. Okay, got it. All right, thank you, sir.
I just need a public defender.
Yeah, hold on. Appointed the public defender for you on the 2 new, plus the 3 that are outstanding, and I'm taking no action on any allegation of VOP at this point.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right. The next case is Kayla Sutton. Thank you. There's probable cause to believe that she committed the theft from Walmart in an amount of over $100. She qualifies pursuant to the paperwork here for admin PTR. She'll be given admin PTR ordered not to return to Walmart. Can you afford a lawyer, or do you need the services of the public defender? All right, they'll be appointed to represent you. Keep in contact with them, okay? Thank you. Anderson Taveras Flor.
That's Spanish, Your Honor.
I'll come back to that case. Catherine Vega Afont. All right, the allegations are battery, criminal mischief, and hindering communication to law enforcement. Pursuant to the paperwork provided by pretrial release, you qualify for PTR pursuant to the admin order, but you'll be ordered to have no contact with the listed victim. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That was straight pretrial release?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sorry.
That's all right. The sound in here is not the best. All right, Robert Baldwin. All right, thank you. Hi there, you Robert Baldwin?
How you doing, y'all?
I'm doing all right today so far. So you have a couple cases today, out-of-county warrants. Let's see, the first one, Polk County, where the bond is $2,000 and $1,000. The second case, Polk County, where the bond is $1,000. The third case, Polk County, bond is $1,000. And the last case, Polk County, the bond is $2,000. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to make sure you don't spend too much time in our jail before they transport you to Polk County. If you post the bond, you'll be released from our jail and you'll have court dates in Polk County. If you don't post the bond, they'll transport you there by the middle of the week. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, but how much in total?
2, 3, 5.
It looks like 7,000 so 2,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000, so we're at 4. Then another one is 5, and then the last one is 7. Well, it's 7,000, but sometimes sureties will let you post 10%, but that's between you and the surety. Or surety is just the gender neutral way of saying bondsman, bonds person. Yeah, you can buy now. No one's stopping you. All right, thank you. Let's see, Toya Braddock.
He's President approaching, Your Honor.
Raul Braddock Toya. Okay. All right, when I saw you yesterday, let me make sure this is that case. Oh, this was the reset to see if we can actually get the affidavit for arrest warrant. And I said, if we didn't get the affidavit, we roll you to Monday. If I got the affidavit, one of 2 things would happen. I'd either change it or keep the bond exactly the same. I've had an opportunity to review it, and it looks like it's appropriate at this point in time to keep the bond where it is. If you try to post the bond and cannot afford to post the bond, you can go in front of the judge assigned to the case to try to ask the judge to reduce the bond, because bonds can't be set so high to be the equivalent of no bond. But you have to first at least try before you're able to say, I can't post it. Does that make sense? All right, good luck, sir. The public defender's office will represent you. Darius Johnson. I probably should have called you first instead of the other, because I don't want to say just the same as what I just said to the last person like I did yesterday, but it kind of is the same as the last person. I've had an opportunity to review the affidavit for arrest warrant. I have two choices. I could change the bond or leave them. Based upon what I've read in the arrest warrant, I'm going to keep the bond the same, but you can always go, just like I told the last gentleman, go in front of the judge assigned to the case and ask that judge to consider reducing the bond. If after you've tried, if you can't afford to post it, then have it reduced, because bonds can't be set to such a condition that you can't afford, so that it can't be set so that's the equivalent of no bond. But you got to try first before anyone knows whether you can't do it. All right, keep in contact with your lawyer appointed the PD yesterday.
Thank you.
Yep. Next case, Elias, last name Pleitez. All right, so it looks like we're left with just Spanish and the Portuguese. So we'll call the Spanish interpreter and start going through the interpreter cases. All right, so I do the ad and press the thing.
Yeah, you add a.
Your Honor, this is a Laura Bretaña certified Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has not been sworn.
Do you swear to well and truly translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do. Laura Bretaña, state certified Spanish interpreter.
First case, last name Bentoncourt-Tirado. All right, your name, please?
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre completo?
Eliezer Betancourt Tirado.
Eliezer Betancourt Tirado.
You were arrested for the offense of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and aggravated battery. You were arrested on a warrant.
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto, tenía una orden de arresto por agresión física agravada y agresión física con arma mortífera.
I don't have the affidavit for arrest warrant. Maybe the prosecutor does. She's shaking her head no.
No tengo el affidavit de la orden de arresto. Quizás la fiscal la tiene y ha dicho que no.
All right. You're entitled to bond unless there are no reasonable conditions of release that exist to ensure your presence to court and protect the community.
Señor, usted tiene derecho a que se le conceda una fianza, a menos que no exista la manera de garantizar la seguridad de la comunidad estando usted en libertad.
The warrant that exists is established probable cause to believe an offense occurred.
La orden de arresto que existe allí estableció que existían los indicios de criminalidad para el mismo.
You'll be seen by a judge in Osceola tomorrow, and they will have the warrant since the court case will be heard in the Osceola County Courthouse.
Mañana en el tribunal de Osceola le atenderán y el juez que le atienda tendrá el documento de la orden de arresto.
And they'll address your conditions of release tomorrow.
Y mañana se atenderán las condiciones de su puesta en libertad.
Do you need me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you on the case?
Señor, ¿usted necesita que le designe el abogado de oficio para que le represente?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, the public defender's office will be appointed.
Muy bien, entonces se ha designado a la oficina del abogado de oficio.
And then the clerk will need the affidavit for arrest warrant for court tomorrow.
La señora secretaria de sala hará la anotación de que se necesita el documento de la orden de arresto para la audiencia de mañana.
All right, thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
The next case is Reynaldo Rosas Vargas.
Is that the John Doe?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It still says John Doe for me. So what's his name?
Reynaldo Rosas Vargas. Sir, is that your name?
Señora, esa Reinaldo Rosas Vargas.
Okay. The allegation is that you drove without a valid driver's license. There is probable cause to believe the offense occurred.
You try the extra too.
You need me to
Señor,
appoint a public defender to represent you, a lawyer at the public defender's office.
Señora, usted se le acusa de conducir sin licencia válida. Existen indicios de criminalidad para determinar que el ilícito ocurrió. Señor, ¿usted necesita que le designe un abogado de oficio para que le represente? Yes, it's fine.
All right, they will be appointed to represent you, and the bond is $500.
Muy bien, se ha designado el abogado de oficio para que les represente. La fianza es de $500.
And your order not to possess or consume any alcohol while the case is pending.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia y consumo de alcohol mientras el caso esté pendiente.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Sergio Gomez. Hi there, are you Sergio Gomez?
Buenos días, señores. ¿Usted es Sergio Gómez? Yes.
The allegation is that you committed a battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law.
Señor, usted se le acusa de agresión física en contra de una persona que comparte el hogar con usted.
There's probable cause to believe the offense occurred.
Existen indicios de criminalidad para pensar que el ilícito ocurrió.
I have to order the following when I don't hear from the victim.
Si no escucho de la víctima, tengo que ordenar lo siguiente.
You'll be ordered to have no contact with the listed victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
You have to maintain a separate residence from the victim.
Se le prohíbe la convivencia con la víctima.
You're not allowed to go to the victim's residence.
Se le prohíbe presentarse a la residencia de la víctima.
The only exception is you can go one time with law enforcement, but that requires you to call law enforcement first to arrange to accompany you to the property. You don't just go directly to the property.
La única excepción es que se le permitirá regresar en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades, pero para ello tiene que llamar primero a la policía y coordinar la visita con ellos. No se puede presentar allí sin más.
So they say return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings.
Así que entonces se le permitirá regresar en una ocasión acompañado de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
And don't possess any weapons or firearms.
Se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Your bond is going to be $500 plus those conditions.
La fianza es de $500 más las condiciones antes mencionadas.
Your attorney at the public defender's office can contact the listed victim, and if the victim wants to have contact, they can arrange a court proceeding, and then after the court proceeding, there might be allowed to be victim contact, but only a court can change the condition.
Su abogado podrá comunicarse con la víctima y si la víctima desea tener contacto con usted, su abogado podrá solicitar una audiencia en la cual se podrían cambiar las condiciones de la fianza, pero esto solamente sucederá a través de una orden del juzgado.
Do you understand all of that?
¿Esto lo ha entendido, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Keep in contact with your attorney.
Gracias, señor. Por favor, manténgase en comunicación con su abogado.
Thank you. The next case is Greg Nieves Salgado. All right, are you Mr. Nieves Salgado?
Señor, ¿es acaso usted el señor Nieves Salgado? Yes.
You're here for warrants out of Volusia County that total $20,000. If you cannot afford to post the $20,000, Volusia County will come and pick you up in the next couple of days. I will appoint the public defender's office here locally just to make sure you make it out of the Osceola County Jail in the next couple of days. Does that make sense?
Señor, usted fue puesto bajo arresto porque tiene varias órdenes de arresto del condado de Volusia. la fianza es de $20,000. Si usted no puede prestar la fianza de los $20,000 del condado de Volusia, le vendrán a recoger en algunos días. Se ha designado el abogado de oficio para que les represente y esto es para asegurarse de que le vienen a recoger en algunos días del condado de Volusia. ¿Lo ha entendido, señor? Yes.
All right, thank you very much. That's all for your case today.
Gracias, señor. Eso sería todo por hoy.
The next case is Anderson Tavares Floor, but let that one gentleman in the wheelchair make it past you first. Hi there, you Anderson Tavares Floor?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Es usted Anderson Tavares Flores?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Even if you speak 99% English, just go ahead and let the interpreter interpret everything just to make sure you don't miss anything.
Señor, por favor, aunque hable usted 99% de inglés, por favor, permita que el intérprete haga la interpretación para que no se le pase nada.
People who use an interpreter or not use an interpreter are treated exactly the same, so don't be afraid to let the interpreter interpret everything.
No se preocupe porque tenga intérprete, permita que ella haga la interpretación porque nosotros tratamos igual a las personas que usan el intérprete como a las personas que no lo usan.
All right, the allegation is he committed a battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law, and there is probable cause.
Señora, usted se le acusa de agresión física en contra de una persona que comparte el hogar con usted, así es que lo define la ley, y se determina que existen indicios de criminalidad.
I'm going to order the following conditions of release.
Se ordenan las siguientes condiciones para su puesta en libertad.
No contact with the listed victim.
Se le prohíbe todo tipo de contacto con la presunta víctima.
You're not allowed to return to where the victim resides except with law enforcement one time to collect your belongings.
Se le prohíbe regresar a la residencia de la víctima con la excepción de una ocasión en la que podrá ir acompañado de las autoridades para recoger sus pertenencias.
You have to maintain separate residence and possess no weapons or firearms.
Se le prohíbe la convivencia con la víctima y se le prohíbe la tenencia de todo tipo de armas y armas de fuego.
Your bond is $500 with those conditions.
La fianza es de $500 con esas condiciones ya mencionadas.
Don't violate your conditions or you'll be right back in jail.
Señor, no incumpla con estas condiciones o se encontrará de regreso en la cárcel.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
I believe the next one is the final Spanish interpreter case in Osceola, and then we have a Portuguese case. Elias, last name spelled Pleitez -Raza. All right, good morning again from yesterday. Can you tell me the correct pronunciation of your name?
Señor, buenos días nuevamente. Por favor, dígame, ¿cómo se pronuncia su nombre de manera correcta? Your Honor, I'm going to ask him to repeat. I couldn't hear him clearly. Repítalo, por favor, señor, al micrófono para que yo le pueda escuchar bien. Elías Leiter.
Okay, so this case was rolled over from yesterday to today on the issue of probable cause because it wasn't clear that he had ever been warned before. So once the interpreter finishes interpreting, I'll ask the state if they got anything else.
Muy bien, este caso proviene del día de ayer. Ayer no teníamos claro la situación de los indicios de criminalidad porque no era seguro si se le había dado una advertencia o no. Así que entonces ahora le cedo la palabra a la licenciada.
And if you don't have anything else, if there's anything you can point to in the police report that indicates that he'd actually ever been told not to return there.
Si no tiene nada que añadir, por favor, señálenos si es que consta algo en el informe policial de donde surja que él se le había indicado que no podía regresar allí.
The state has no additional information, and the report is insufficient in regards to the prior trespass warning.
La fiscalía no tiene nada que añadir y el informe policial no es suficiente para poder determinar que a él se le había advertido anteriormente que no podía estar allí.
All right, so the result, sir, is you're going to be released, but that doesn't mean that the charges go away. The charges are currently still pending.
Señor, así que el resultado es que usted será puesto en libertad. Ahora bien, eso no quiere decir que la acusación ha desaparecido. Esta acusación aún queda pendiente.
And if you return back to the same location, they probably will rearrest you and next time get the paperwork correct.
Y si regresa al mismo lugar, es probable que le vuelvan a arrestar y en esta próxima ocasión ellos te harán la documentación de la manera correcta.
Yeah, so you're going to be released ROR on this case.
Así que entonces, señor, usted será puesto en libertad bajo caución juratoria en este caso.
I missed it.
I have to add the fourth case, when they sent it to me, I had the 3 cases, but they put a fourth one on yours.
Oh, okay.
So I added the fourth.
All right, can you, Madam Interpreter, can you ask if there's anyone else that needs a Spanish interpreter there? Okay, so just go.
¿Alguien más necesita los servicios del intérprete al español?
That's everyone except for the Portuguese interpreter case.
All right, thank you very much.
And then are you ordering no return?
Yeah, no return.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Interpreter. We'll call you back when we get to the Spanish cases for Orange County.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and ready for the.
Oops, I might have disconnected everything. All right, so we'll.
The Spanish hung up already? I'm sorry, I was waiting on it. That's on me talking at the same time. Did she hang up? She hung up?
I can't tell. If I hit end call, it'll hang up for everyone. So better not touch that one.
I believe it will end on ours, but you can call back.
Teleconference, okay. Hi there, is there someone on the telephone line speaking Portuguese?
Yes, hi, Your Honor. The interpreter's name is Rosa. My ID number is 391057. I'll be your Portuguese interpreter for today.
All right, thank you. We have 2 cases and we're going to do them back to back. You all, okay, so for a moment, I'm just going to talk to corrections. You have the next one ready to go after this case? Very good, okay. And to the interpreter, if we ever go too long, just if you start talking, we'll know that we need to stop talking. Fair enough?
All right, thank you. Sounds like a plan.
Thank you. There's a person at the counter, so I'm going to ask her, and can you please tell us your name, please?
Olá, eu serei o seu intérprete português para hoje. A senhora pode, por favor, dizer o seu nome?
Liza dos Passos.
Liza dos Passos.
You're here today
I'm sorry,
based
Your
on...
Honor. I didn't hear whether or not the interpreter said if they were sworn or not.
Good point. All right, I'll swear the interpreter in. Interpreter, do you swear to well and truly translate from English to Portuguese and Portuguese to English to the best of your ability?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Can you tell? It's going to sound like I'm asking you the question, Madam Interpreter, but I'm really asking the inmate. Can you please tell us your name now that my interpreter is under oath?
A senhora pode, por favor, agora dizer o seu nome agora que o intérprete está sobre juramento?
Liza dos Passos.
Liza dos Passos.
All right. The allegation is that you committed a battery on a family or household member, as that phrase is defined by law.
A alegação aqui é que a senhora cometeu agressão contra algum membro familiar, como está indicado pela lei.
Now, with the interpreter, I'm going to ask to the audience, is there anyone in the audience who is here on this particular case?
Está aqui alguém na audiência que está cá para este caso em particular?
If so, please raise your hand.
Se sim, por favor, levanta a sua mão.
For the record, no one has raised their hand.
Para o registro, ninguém levantou a mão.
All right. Whenever a victim is not present, oh, I see you raised your hand, but hold on one moment. Whenever the victim is not present, I have to order the following conditions.
Quando a vítima não está presente, eu preciso de ordenar as próximas condições.
And you can put your hand down if you're more comfortable, and we'll come back to you if you have any questions in a moment.
Pode baixar a mão se for mais confortável e nós voltamos daqui a um momento.
So I have to order no contact with the listed victim don't possess any weapons or firearms, and you're not allowed to return to where the victim resides.
Sorry, did you say that they were not allowed to possess any weapons or firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay. Então, não podem ter contato com a vítima que está aqui listada, não podem ter nenhuma arma, nem nenhuma arma, ok? E também não podem voltar para o local onde foi o assalto.
It sounds like there's a microphone right next to a person who's coughing. I don't know if that's something that can be turned off at the jail.
I can mute it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I want to make sure that the interpreter got everything, so I'm going to repeat it. No contact with the victim, don't possess any weapons or firearms, you can't return to where the victim resides, and you have to maintain separate residence from the victim.
All right, thank you. Então, não podem ter contacto com a vítima, nada de armas ou armas de assalto, ok? Não pode voltar para onde a vítima reside e não pode voltar para onde o assalto aconteceu. E não pode ter contacto com a vítima.
Right. If by chance you have any possessions where the victim resides, you're allowed to return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings, but you have to contact law enforcement and meet them away from the property and then return together.
Por acaso, que a senhora tem alguma arma onde a vítima reside, pode ir lá uma vez com a polícia. É preciso entrar em contato com eles antes, encontrar com eles num outro local e depois irem para lá juntos.
I will also make it a condition that you don't possess or consume any alcohol.
Também vou fazer uma condição que a senhora não tenha na sua posse álcool e que nem está a beber.
And your bond on the case is going to be $500.
A sua fiança, no caso, vai ser $500.
Now I'm going to ask a question to the prosecutor.
Agora vou fazer uma pergunta ao advogado.
Is case 21 CF 3300 currently in diversion, or is it not currently in diversion from your perspective?
21 CF 3300.
Right, Osceola probably.
It is pending pretrial diversion. The contract was sent to probation in August of 2022. Currently, it is set for trial, but I'm not sure if that's a holding date since I don't work in Osceola. 21 CF 3300.
Okay, so if the interpreter can interpret the following, it appears you have a pending case that they offer, that you were looking towards going to diversion, and I have no idea if it'll remain in diversion, but I'm not taking any action on that case today. You have a bond and conditions on your new case.
The interpreter is going to have to look up how to say diversion. They do not know what, and if you could explain it, the interpreter does not know what diversion is.
It's a program that if the person completes it, the charges were going to be dropped.
Ok, thank you. Então, parece que a senhora tem caso pendente que parece que vai para a diversão, ok? Eu não sei como é que isso vai ser e eu também não vou estar a tratar disso hoje. So if you could please continue from where you were saying you did not know where it was, if it was, you were not going to deal with it.
Did you say repeat that part?
Yeah, if you could please continue from where you were saying that you were not going to deal with that part today.
All right, yeah. So that was the end. Now I'm going to start something different, which is keep in contact with your lawyer on your new case. You have a bond, you can bond out.
Mantém contato com o seu advogado, a senhora fiança, e pode utilizar a fiança para sair.
Do you understand?
A senhora entendeu?
Eu vou poder pagar a fiança e sair hoje, é isso?
So I can pay bail and leave today?
Correct.
Correto.
Eu tenho mais uma questão.
I have one more question.
Whenever you're ready.
quando estiver pronta.
No caso, a vítima mora dentro da minha casa. Mesmo assim, eu não posso retornar? Ou qual o próximo passo para poder retornar?
So in this case, the victim lives in my house. So what is going to be the step for me to go back?
So I allow you to return one time with law enforcement to collect your belongings. Beyond that, you'll need to talk to your lawyer to figure out if there's some way that you'd be allowed to live there again while the case is pending. But as of right now, you're only allowed to go back one time.
Então, eu disse à senhora que pode voltar uma vez com a polícia para buscar os seus bens pessoais, ok? A partir daí, a senhora vai ter que falar com o seu advogado para ver o que é que vai ser necessário para fazer para a senhora morar lá enquanto o caso está pendente. Mas, por enquanto, a senhora só pode voltar uma vez.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Obrigada, tenha um bom dia.
All right, so interpreter, stay on the line. I believe that was the last case in Osceola, correct? Oh, wait, the
I
clerk.
have a question. Did David Harlan bond?
He did.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done with Osceola, is that correct?
That is it. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you. All right, so interpreter, stay on the line because we're moving on to another Portuguese case. We're now transitioning to the Orange County cases. I'll have the Assistant State Attorney put their name on the record and then the present Assistant Public Defender.
Tracy Tyner for the state of Florida. Dominic Cunningham for the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, now we'll utilizing the interpreter. The case we're going to call now is Wendy De Silva Oliveira.
Do you want the interpreter to interpret that part, or is that a separate part?
I might as well.
Yeah. Do we need to wait? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna. We ready to get started on our interpreter cases?
Yes,
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Laura Arroyo, State Certified Interpreter and previously sworn.
All right. Gonna get our folks in. See if we have connection.
Sí. Connection is established.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Ruben Sales Martin. Okay. Ruben Sales Martin. Sales Martin.
Sales Martin.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance, or no, I'm sorry, this is an in-jail arraignment. 2023 CT 131 AA. You've been charged with a DUI and also been charged of driving with a suspended license with knowledge. The public defender's been appointed in both cases. All right, we'll set for the pretrial in Division 84.
Trial, April 13th at 8:45, courtroom 4B.
Good luck, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Jonathan Castro Gomez.
Jonathan Castro Gomez.
Sir, you're here for arraignment in case 2023 MM 698 AO. This case, you've been charged with sorry, the computer's a little slow. You've been charged with resisting an officer without violence and looks like unlawful possession of a shopping cart.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Castro Gomez of an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, and no return to the Save-A-Lot at 6341 West Colonial Drive.
And he would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Mr. Castro Gomez, I'm handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charges, understanding you be adjudicated guilty, be given credit for the time that you served in jail, and be ordered to pay the costs and not to return to the scene. You'd be released as to these charges today. Is that what you want to do?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, I'm holding up the plea form. It has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom? You have to answer out loud.
Sí.
Yes.
All right, to the charges, how do you plead? Guilty or no contest?
No contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your pleas. I'll adjudicate you guilty on both counts. Give you credit for the 36 days that you've served on each count. Those are run concurrent to each other. Order you not to return to 6341 West Colonial Drive. And I'll give you 350 days to get the court costs paid. You have 30 days to appeal. So you'll be processed and released on this case today. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Miguel Vélez.
Miguel Velez.
Sir, you're here for an arraignment in case 2023 MM 824 AO. And you've been charged with the petty theft, and the Office of the Public Defender has previously been appointed to represent you.
The state did convey an offer to Mr. Velez of an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, and no return to the Home Depot at 7423 Southland.
Mr. Velez would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Velez, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the offense of petty theft. Understanding you be adjudicated guilty, be given credit for those 31 days you've served in jail, be ordered not to return to that Home Depot and pay the costs, and that'll resolve this matter, and you be released as to this case today.
Okay.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm holding up the plea form. It has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, to the charge of petty theft, how do you plead? Guilty or no contest?
No contest.
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty. I'll give you credit for the 31 days that you've served in jail. Order you not to return to that Home Depot, 7423 Southland Boulevard, and pay the court costs. I'll give you 350 days to get the cost paid. You have 30 days to appeal. You'll be processed and released on this case today. Good luck.
Gracias.
Thank you.
He bonded, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Amilcar Romeo Gómez.
Milka Romeo Gomez.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance in case 2023 CF 2937AO. You've been arrested for an aggravated battery. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond is set at $3,500. In addition, I'm ordering you to have no contact with co-defendant Pedro Sol Rax, no contact with the victim, and that you possess no weapons or firearms. Good luck.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
You're welcome. Your Honor. Interpreter will disconnect.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Timothy Hitchcock.
Mr. Hitchcock, you're here for an arraignment. You've been charged with trespass in an occupied structure.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Hitchcock of an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, no return to the Walgreens at 2420 East Colonial, and there's a cost investigation to OPD in the amount of $165.
Oh, we're going to enter a plea of not guilty. There's a evaluation pending, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We'll enter a plea of not guilty. We'll set you for the pretrial Division 83.
Pretrial, March 27th at 8:30, courtroom 6C.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as Rouse, I did waive his appearance. We're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
All right. And Michael Rouse, we're going to set for the pretrial Division 61.
March 24th, 9:30, courtroom 7C.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Johnny Ray McCauley.
All right. Sir, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for trespass on property after warning.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. McCauley of an adjudication, credit, and no return.
Thanks.
He will accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
And he has 2 days credit.
All right, Mr. McCauley, I'm handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge. You'd be adjudicated guilty. You'd be given credit for the 2 days you served in jail, so you'd be processed and released on this case today, and I'd order you not to return to the scene where you were arrested. That'd resolve this matter. Is that your understanding?
Yes, thanks.
Holding up the plea form has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, to that charge of trespass after warning, how do you plead?
No contest, Your
I'll
Honor.
accept that. I'll adjudicate you guilty, credit for 2 days. Order you not to return to 10244 East Colonial Drive. Understand if you go back, they're just gonna get rearrested. So don't return. Give you 350 days to pay the cost. You have 30 days to appeal, so you'll be processed and released on this today. All right. Good luck. Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name, please?
Janine Marie Scaglione.
I'm sorry. Your
Janine Marie Scaglione.
Okay, all right. That feedback on the. Okay, ma'am, you're here for initial appearance. You were arrested for a trespass after warning.
And state did convey an offer to Ms. Scaglione of an adjudication, 7 days Orange County Jail with credit for 2 and a no return.
She would like to accept an enter plea of no contest, Your Honor. I just can't find her paper. What I just do with it?
Yeah.
No, 7 days.
7 days? 5. Okay. Where do I sign?
All right, ma'am, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge of trespass. You'd be adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 7 days in the county jail. You have credit for 2 days, time served, so you have a couple more days to do. I'd order you not to return to that 7-Eleven where you got arrested.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, to that charge of trespass after warning, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll adjudicate you guilty, 7 days in the county jail, credit for 2. Order you not to return to that 7-Eleven where you got arrested on the trail. I'll give you 350 days to pay the cost, 30 days to appeal, so you'll be processed and released. But you still have a few days to do, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
James Massetti's behavior.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
Mr. Massetti, I'll appoint the public defender in both cases, stay the bonds at $250 each count.
Nakia Gibson refused.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
Let's see what.
I would ask that you take no action on the out on bond as she's in comp proceedings.
And what's the state's position on that?
Your Honor, state will leave it within your discretion.
All right, I'll take no action on the out on bonds. I'll stay the bond at $500 on the new petty theft with the condition that she not return to the scene. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Earl Hester, sir.
Mr. Hester, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for burglary of a structure, criminal mischief, and resisting an officer without violence. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. Bonds have been set at $3,500 on count 1, $100 each on counts 2 and 3. Before you say something to me, you should say it to the attorney.
Your Honor, are you willing to ROR on this case?
I'm in a program, Your Honor.
He has no ability to pay the bond.
Your Honor, for the record, state would object. He has 9 prior failures to appear, most recent being in 2021.
Okay. Based on the number of prior failures to appear, I'm not going to ROR you. I'll appoint the public defender. They can have a full bond hearing in front of the judge assigned to the case. But I'm going to stay the bond at the $3,500 on count 100 each on counts 2 and 3. Order no return to the scene, 2840 West Amelia Street.
So what about SOR, Your Honor?
It's pretrial release, you don't qualify.
It's going to be a bond. All right. Good luck.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
All right, George Moore, I'll appoint the public defender, stay the bond at $1,500 with the order not to return to the scene, Taco Bell on Rock Springs Road, Napopka. No victim contact, possess no weapons or firearms.
The defense will waive.
Okay, resist, obstruct, burglary. All right, he looks like he was just ROR'd. And he got right back out. Let's reset him for tomorrow. He's got two cases. Yeah, let's reset him for tomorrow. Yep, the second session. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Williams Anthony.
All right, sir, you're here for initial appearance. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You've been arrested for a battery on a corrections officer. Bond is set at $2,500. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
Kevin Miguel Jermaine Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're here for, this is an arraignment on a violation of probation on a charge of resisting an officer without violence and petty theft. The public defender was previously appointed.
We're going to enter denial, Your Honor.
Enter a denial and set for give it a VOP date in Division 85.
VOP status, April 20th at 9 o'clock.
All right. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Your name, please?
Yvette Burgos Garcia.
Ma'am, you're here for an arraignment, and you've been charged with trespass on a structure. The Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Your plea of not guilty, and we'll set for the pretrial conference in Division 81.
Pretrial, April 14th at 9 o'clock, courtroom 6B.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
My name's Enrique Castro, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Castro. You're here for, this is an arraignment on a violation of, oh, I'm sorry, it says not a violation of probation. On a charge of, it looks like threat to law enforcement or public official. The Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set it for the pretrial Division 81.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can I speak 1 second?
Yeah, why
I
don't
would
you,
like to at this time request pro se status with the assistance of counsel, please.
Okay.
I feel that the public defender is overburdened and they're not handling my case properly. And I'd also like, if I may, or a tennis notice of discovery.
okay. All right, well, the Office of the Public Defender was appointed to represent you. If you don't want them to represent you, you can ask the attorney to set a motion in front of the judge that the case is going to be heard. It's not going to be me, it's going to be a different judge.
Sir, I have filed my own notice of inquiry, of Nelson inquiry.
Yep.
They set a date in front of the judge on the 15th of this month. It was the felony court. They just filed the charges. They dropped the 3 charges and they picked up these charges. I've been in jail for 2 months already. I'm an innocent man, and I'm asking under the Constitution of Florida, Article 1, Section 16, that I represent myself and have assistance of co-counsel at this time, Your Honor.
The hearing will have to be set in Division 81. I'm not going to hear the case right now.
I understand.
I don't have the motion in front of me.
Can we do a Ferrera inquiry at this time so I can become old pro se, Your Honor, please?
I just said I'm not going to hear it. You said okay, but then you asked me to hear it. Okay, I'm not going to hear it right now. I'm not the judge on the case. It'll have to, I understand if the case originally came in as a felony, but only a misdemeanor was charged, there's now a misdemeanor judge in Division 81 that's going to hear the case. That's the judge that'll have to make that determination, okay? So you can ask the public defender to file the appropriate motion with the judge in Division 81. They'll set it for a hearing, and that judge will hear it and make that decision.
And can the public defender request now
Well, I
notice
don't,
of discovery at this time?
the public defender will get the discovery from the state.
Can we ask for it at this time?
She's the assistant, there's a whole office of assistant public defenders. She does not have the discovery, I'm only guessing, but my guess is that she does not have the discovery on your case with her right now, because she's dealing with 100 different people today. So there's gonna be a different attorney.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm just going on what the law says and what I've read on arraignments, that I have a right to request that I be pro se and not have the public defender. I'm going through battles with these people. They're not representing me. I've been here 2 months, and all they have done is hindered me. They've already predicted the future in my case. And the lawyer that was handling my case, I've never spoke to him one single time in 2 months. And the one time I three-wayed to talk to him, the only thing he had to say was nothing, absolutely nothing. And I put in a motion myself, pro se. I've asked the lawyers to put in the notice of inquiry months ago, and he would not do it. I had to file my own pro se motion, and I have a hearing in front of the felony judge on the 15th, but now I have to file another. This is my third pro se motion, Nelson inquiry.
And just for the record, he has a competency evaluation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your attorney, they are well aware of what's going on, and they're gonna ask the judge in Division 81 to consider your motion. Okay, I can't set that hearing today. I'm not gonna rule on your motion.
You can't.
No.
And I don't know what she means about competency hearing. That's the public defender, his only line of defense was to tell me in open court that she's gonna order a doctor to see me. And I told her, for what?
Okay.
That's the line of defense that the public defender's office is going on this case, Your Honor. I really need to get them off my case.
Okay. And you'll have that hearing in front of the judge in Division 81.
I've been through 2 months, Your Honor, in jail, and I'm an innocent man. My wife had gave birth
Mr. Castro,
to a
you've said it.
Baby.
You've said it 3 times. I've heard you 3 times. I'm sorry, I can't agree with what you're asking me to do today.
I mean, I'm innocent.
Okay. And you're presumed innocent. And you can have a trial. That's
what I want, Your Honor.
We're not doing that today.
Okay, I apologize. I respect you with all the respect in the world. It's just, this is not right what the public defender's office has been doing to me. I've communicated hundreds of times with them. Nothing. I get nothing.
Okay. The attorney hears what you're saying, and the judge in Division 81 will hear.
No Laura Tennis discovery at this time.
That's not for today.
You're not going to allow it then? Okay, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day. God bless you.
Pretrial, April 14th at 9 o'clock, courtroom 6B.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Rev Daniels.
Mr. Daniels, you're here for an arraignment on a charge of petty theft. The Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed to represent you.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Daniels of an adjudication, credit, no return to the CVS at 2702 South Orange, and cost investigation to OPD in the amount of $78.30.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
We'll enter a plea of not guilty. We'll sit you for the pretrial conference in Division 81.
April 14th at 9 o'clock, courtroom 6B.
Okay, good luck, sir. You want case numbers? Okay. That last case number is 23MM1094AO, Kareem Daniels. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Williams, sir.
All right, Mr. Dennis Williams, you're here for an arraignment, case 23MM893AO, where you've been charged with petty theft with a prior conviction, and the Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed to represent you.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Dennis Williams of an adjudication, credit, no return to Walgreens at 190 South Orange, and cost of investigation of $58.05 to OPD.
He would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dennis Williams, I've been handed a plea form indicating that you wish to enter a plea of no contest to the charge, that you be adjudicated guilty, given credit for the 28 days that you served in jail, be ordered not to return to the scene and pay the court costs and that cost investigation to OPD, and that'll resolve the matter. Is that your understanding? Is that what you want to do? Okay, I'm holding up the plea form. It has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. To that charge of petty theft with a prior conviction, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll adjudicate you guilty. Sentence you to 28 days with the 28 days time served. Order you not to return to that Walgreens on South Orange Avenue. If you return, they recognize you. Just expect to go back to jail. You don't want to go back there, okay? Order that you pay the court costs, cost of prosecution, cost of investigation of $58.05 to the Orlando Police Department, and I'll give you 350 days to get that paid. You have 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. Okay, so they'll process you. You'll be released as to this case today. All right. Good luck.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
John Deacon.
Mr. Dickens, you're here for an arraignment, case 23MM1111AO. You've been charged with trespass in an occupied structure, refusing to leave. The public defender was previously appointed to represent you.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Dickens of an adjudication credit, no return to the Orlando Public Library at 101 East Central, and cost investigation to OPD in the amount of $205.11.
And he would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dickens, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge. You've been adjudicated guilty, given credit for the 18 days you served in jail, ordered not to return to the public library downtown and pay the costs, and I'll give you time to get that paid. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes, I understand, and that's what I want to do.
Okay. I'm holding up the plea form. It has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How do you plead to that trespass in an occupied structure?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 18 days. Order you not to return to the Orlando Public Library downtown on East Central. Order that you pay the court costs, cost of prosecution, and cost of investigation of $205.11 to OPD. I'm going to give you 350 days, just short of a year, to get those costs paid. Got 30 days to appeal, so you'll be processed and released on this case today. All right. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
Amber Folsom.
Ms. Folsom, you're here for an arraignment in case 23MM1197 AO, where you've been charged with petty theft of $100 or more, and the Office of the Public Defender was previously appointed.
And state did convey an offer to Ms. Folson of an adjudication credit, no return to target at 718 McGuire Boulevard, and cost investigation to OPD in the amount of $52.96.
She would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Folsom, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge. You'll be adjudicated guilty, be given credit for the 15 days, be ordered not to return to the target and pay the cost, and that would resolve this matter. Is that your understanding? Is that what you want to do? Okay. Holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, Amber Folsom.
Okay.
The police officer misspelled it wrong, Folsom. And it's been like that since I've been here, but it's an M, not an N.
Folsom. Folsom. Okay. All right, so Ms. Folsom. All right, to that charge of petty theft of $100 or more, how do you plead?
No contest.
Okay, I'll accept your no contest plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 15 days. In the county jail, order you not to return to that target on McGuire. Understand if you go back and they recognize you, you're probably going to get arrested, so you don't want to go back. Order that you pay the court costs, cost of prosecution, and that cost of investigation of $52.96 to OPD. I'll give you 350 days, just short of a year, to get all those costs paid. You have 30 days to appeal, so you'll be processed and released on this case today. All right. Good luck. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Nathaniel Graham.
Mr. Graham, you're here for an arraignment in case 23MM1460 AO, where you've been charged with trespass in an occupied structure and criminal mischief, and the public defender was previously appointed to represent you.
I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, we'll enter a plea of not guilty, and we'll set you for the pretrial conference in Division 83.
Pretrial, March 27th at 8:30, courtroom 6C.
Good luck, sir.
Stephen Hammond, mental health.
Defense will waive.
All right, so Mr. Haddon will enter a plea of not guilty. The public defender is previously appointed, except for the pretrial division 61.
Pretrial, March 24th at 9:30, courtroom 7C.
Good afternoon. Your name, sir?
Adrian Alley Halls.
Mr. Hulse, you're here for an arraignment, case 23MM935AO. You've been charged with a petty theft, and the public defender was previously appointed.
And state they convey an offer to Mr. Hulse of an adjudication, credit, no return to Publix at 400 East Central, restitution in the amount of $4.15, and cost of investigation to OPD in the amount of $116.85.
And Mr. Hulse would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, Mr. Hulse, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge that you be adjudicated guilty, credit for the 26 days that you served in jail, a restitution, court costs, cost of prosecution, and cost of investigation. I'll give you time to get that paid, and not to return to the Publix downtown. Is that your understanding? Is that what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. To the charge of petty theft, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 26 days. You served in jail. Order you not to return to the Publix 400 East Central Boulevard in Orlando. Order that you pay restitution to Publix in the amount of $4.15. Cost of investigation to OPD, the amount of $116.85. And the court costs, I'll give you 350 days, just short of a year, to get the cost paid. You have 30 days to appeal, so you'll be processed and released as to this case today.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Good luck.
Your Honor, may I approach with the restitution order?
Yes, if you've done it. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Oliver Smith.
Mr. Smith, you're here for an arraignment in 23MM1420AO. You've been charged with battery and 2 counts of criminal mischief. The public defender was previously appointed to represent you.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right. We'll enter a plea of not guilty. We'll set you for the pretrial conference in Division 85.
Pretrial, April 3rd, 9 o'clock, courtroom 4A.
Good luck, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Your name, please?
Johnny Clark.
Mr. Clark, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for trespass after warning.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Clark of an adjudication credit and no return absent medical emergency. And he also has 2 days.
All right, Mr. Clark, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge, that you be adjudicated guilty, be given credit for 2 days, be ordered not to return back to Advent Health on East Rollins Street unless it's a legitimate medical emergency, and pay the costs. That'll resolve the case today. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do? Okay. Holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
All right, to that charge of trespass after warning, how do you plead?
No contest.
All right, I'll accept your no contest plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 2 days, order you not to return to Advent Health at 601 East Rollins Street in Orlando unless you have a legitimate medical emergency,